My daily routine that helps me improve my mental health is working out.
I have a cat, I have a dog, love spending time with them.
Sleep has been the most transformative thing for me, and it is so helpful.
I take the time to do like meditation and stuff like that.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
I promote.
Yo promuevo y practico la salud mental positiva.
Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League, where today the pressure is mounting as teams look to play their last games before split #1 playoffs. My name is Kate, and alongside me in the dropship, we got Fallout, we got Glitter Explosion, and Glitter, the roster shuffle is real, and so, of course, are the consequences of today's matches.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, we had some fantastic games earlier today in the EMEA region. Now it's time to dive into NA, and we have a lot in store that I am excited for. Fallout, I know you're probably pretty excited about it as well.
Absolutely. So many storylines coming into today, right? Cloud9's been looking really, really strong. Of course, there's this little storyline about this little roster called TSM that picked up Verholst, the young controller god himself. But that also means teams like Ghost Gaming with a roster change and a lot of other stories coming into today. It's going to be a crazy day of action. Second to last match day of the Pro League, and you got to step up if you want to qualify, Kate.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a step back as our squads take a step up, and that means we're going to take a look at how NA fared the last time we saw them. This is Groups A versus D. Take a look.
May not have time to get him. It's a quick swap away from the Kraber. The Massive in hand. He's going to get one more. 100 thieves. Oh my God, Vayne! What did you eat for breakfast? This man is popping off. They've got the high ground, and they shouldn't give it up. Anakin knows how this one goes. 100 thieves, 2 squads left. They're looking to finish it off, Vicky, because if they lose this, well, you know what? I might as well lose my job. I know how this goes, baby. And look at 100 thieves. Could it change? Did we speak too soon?
Well, there goes XZ down to 2 squads now, and Cloud9 are still up with 2 players looking to finish off the job if they can. I think there's 1 player standing now. Then we've got Mastiffs all over the place, and Cloud9 will capitalize on the high ground.
I don't pick and choose, now I'm always ready. I'm bleeding proud over my shirt. Walking tall like MD96, you can't forget me. I've been the one, yeah, I've been the one. If you see me coming,
circle is going to be closing in on them as they're going to hug the wall. They've already used the dome, and yeah, just like that missile strike, they're going to be full setting in.
Oh, and these guys are so hard to beat. I'm telling you, Verholst doesn't miss. He finds one, he finds another. Esports Arena. G2, oh my God, you talk about how good these guys are. Designful. Defensive dome of the Gibraltar and Skittlecakes. If he can push in with the Caustic Gas and the Mastiff, this should be another KP. G2 Esports could still be alive, but at this time, no, it's just Buff Pathfinder or Esports Arena going to do it again, James.
Well, I'm not sure. Skittlecakes has just been bled out, and I think we've got 100 thieves as well. G2 are coming through. We were looking for a performance from them, and here it is, boxes all over the place, but none of them with the name G2.
One goal. This team has taken North America by storm and are supplanting the greats, the heroes of times past. It is a new time. It is a new hero. It is Esports Arena who are going to be your champions here in Game 5.
Right here. They've got to be real careful now. Falling back, I hear cracks all over the place from these shotguns, but they've got to follow up, but it's not happening. They've got 2 players down. It's down to Tech. He's got to do it all at a Mastiff. There are still 3 squads alive.
Oh, he came in. The rep from Bad Boy comes in. He's the kill leader. Can he manage to clutch this out? What a finish from Bad Boy. The rat, he's done it.
That hype train is real and certainly something we're looking forward to building upon here today as these squads eye their way and try to punch their ticket to those playoffs. Speaking of playoffs, we couldn't mention them today without also mentioning an update that we heard yesterday, the ALGS Split 1 update, that it'll now be an online regional tournament. And it's something that, of course, was a hard decision to make, and it's something that was based on the ever-changing update to the Omicron variant, the different official and restrictive travel issues, and the obviously the official things that other countries and local governments have said. It's really in the pursuit of safety, and so we give a huge support to those who had to make that really tough decision. Of course, we're all bummed, but safety is the priority. And of course, Fallout, this means that our format even today changes based on this new update.
Yeah, well said, Kate. We're all obviously devastated. There's no one that wants this more than the ALGS staff themselves. So hopefully we'll return to offline events one day, but given everything going on, it makes total sense. I think it definitely is justified. Meanwhile, as a result, things obviously going to change up quite a bit here with the Split 1 playoffs. Top 20 teams will now qualify for the online regional playoffs. So there's 10 additional spots from Pro League, which we, of course, will show you the updated standings for in just a bit. Also, keep in mind the playoffs. You know it, you love it. It's that match point format that we see in ALGS Championship, big moments and big events. If you've never watched a match point format, the first team to get to 50 points over how many games it takes will unlock match point, and then you got to win the game after that. Well, the top 10 teams in Pro League, based on their standings, will get seeded and will get points given to them as an advantage or a lead going into that because they earned it, right? So the first place team overall, which right now is Esports Arena, they'll have 10 points as a lead. The 10th place team will have 1 point and everything in between. It's the match point format you know and love, Kate.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of, let's take a look at what the season here in NA looks like. And remember, we are definitely going for, as Fallout mentioned, our top 20 teams will be making it to that playoff here. Glitter, this is definitely a scary lobby of 40 teams, but certainly the top 20, are definitely teams to be, nobody should be trifling with them.
Absolutely. And we used to be focusing on that 10th place area. Now we're looking down 18th, 19th, 20th place. We're going to be keeping our eyes on those squads, seeing if they're able to keep themselves in a top 20 position to guarantee that playoff spot. We're on the flip side of that. As we take a look at the second page here, those teams in the yellow are going to be the ones trying to battle their way into the green, see if they can take one of those top 20 spots away. The yellow also, of course, does mean they maintain their position here in the ALGS, but they will not be making it to playoffs. And then, of course, at the very bottom, those teams in the red, those are the ones that are probably the most concerned right now, Kate, because they are the ones that could potentially be facing relegation if that's where they end up after everything is said and done.
Absolutely. And I think you also may have seen on that first page, the Sheesh, unfortunately no longer a team with us here
just
today.
Showed me on Twitter, by the way, saying, what about us, bro? Too soon. Too soon. But the sad thing is they're currently qualified, Kate. They're in 18th place.
I know. And we all miss ourselves some nice wig, but totally understand what they needed to do there. So let's talk about this. EMEA top 20. Obviously, we had two groups this morning play against each other, which is why this has been updated. And we'll see more groups tomorrow play against each other here. But Glitter, at this point, EMEA top 20 looks pretty stacked.
It really does. I mean, Gambit and Maestro both held on to those top positions after their games this morning. Rebel, though, made a huge push into a top 5 situation, so they have been playing very, very well for themselves. And you'll notice some other squads in here, IG, Kick, they have yet to get their games in, so those standings will be updated after tomorrow when they do manage to get that playtime in. But, of course, we got some other regions we got to talk about, too, here, Fallout, starting with APAC North.
Yeah, absolutely. APAC North currently has Flora on top. That is Shunmi from Japan, Maney and Ling from Japan. Maney, of course, the South Korean player. Riddle, that's Parka, Obli, and Verez from South Korea. And then, of course, in third place is Reignite North, the Japanese squad. Speaking of Reignite South, or the main Reignite squad, absolutely dominating right now. The Aussie boys, Jen Burton, Zero, and Templex, looking so sharp. They are the most dominant team of any region. Team Burger, also Aussies, in second place. That's Sharky, MT, and Pricey. Meanwhile, switching on over to South America, Team Singularity Flaherty on top. Artin and Besk from Brazil alongside Elysium from Chile. Second place, obviously, Fake Love, Azazel, and Lusquin and Frogs. And then in third place, got to give a special shot to Deft Fox, currently top 3, and Evzy on that team, arguably the best, if not the best female player in all of Apex Legends, currently in third place and looking so incredibly strong. She, and alongside her teammate, the Argentinians, and Deft Fox currently rounds out the top 3 in South America, Kate.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at who we're watching today. Groups A versus B, and this is our NA groups. And boy, they are some fun. Absolutely. Glitter, we're going to talk a lot about what's coming up in the roster shuffle, but first take a look at this lineup and tell me who you got excited for when it comes to those shuffles.
Oh, I mean, we've got a lot. Obviously, we're going to probably keep talking about TSM. I know chat's excited to talk about TSM and see exactly what's going to happen with them here today after that pretty well followed roster switch up, if you will, over on social media. But of course, we also have our eyes on teams like NRG, Cloud9, squads that did well this last time around. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But here are the roster changes for today. Like I said, Snipedown is now out. Verhulst from ESA is now on TSM. Things are about to get crazy, but that's not the only roster change that we've had here, Fallout.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to TSM, Verhulst, the young 19-year-old from Kansas City, Missouri. But we got Madness joining Ghost Gaming, and that's been overshadowed. That's massive. Madness is a former champion from CLG, joining a former champion in 6, and Pander's one of the best controller players in North America. I'm excited for that. And of course, the 4 roster changes from teams tomorrow. Esports Arena trickle-down effect. Well, they pick up Noct. That's a solid replacement for Verhulst. Can they hold on to the first place spot? Then we got Torrent, Neanderthals, and SXG making their respective roster changes as well, Kate.
Absolutely. Yep, indeed. Well, we've got so many teams to talk about today. It's going to be hard for you all to choose, but that means it's time to talk about our Lenovo teams to watch. And Fallout, of course, we couldn't start this without mentioning 3 little letters, TSM.
That's right. TSM is our first team to watch of the 3. And how could you not mention this squad as a team to watch coming into this week? Second place in Snipedown's last tournament behind, well, Verhulst and ESA. Ironic for certainly in our last Pro League matchup, this TSM squad picking up Verhulst. The question is how soon, how fast will they mesh? Verhulst, in case you maybe didn't know him 3 months ago, no one would have known him. He got picked. He's been dominating, the rising star of the ALGS Pro League on the ESA squad. Controller player, 19 years old, comes from Call of Duty originally. They're looking great here.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about 3 letters for teams to watch. We've got NRG up next, another 3-letter squad. Okay, but obviously we have to talk about them a little bit. Third place overall right now for NA, and arguably one of the most dominant teams that we have seen this entire split so far. I mean, in previous weeks, they had 2nd, 3rd, and 4th placements respectively. Are they going to be able to continue that momentum with the phenomenal gameplay that we've seen? We certainly hope to find out.
Yeah, and then, of course, last but not least, to round it out, Cloud9, who's been looking really good as of late. This week, won the Pittsburgh Knights Cup, first place over TSM, over Esports Arena, and a few other teams. Zach Mazer, one of the most outspoken players in Apex, great human being, playing as Ash alongside Stain Audi on Gibby and Albert Lely on Bloodhound here. Fast-paced team, likes to get in your face. All 2 controller players and 2 keyboard and mouse players, and a controller player in Stain Audi. Cloud9 is a team to keep an eye out for based on how well they've been performing as of late here, Kate.
Absolutely. And also something else to mention, the last time we saw them up against these 2 groups, Cloud9 pulled in a solid 97 points, a true dominating fashion. That has been your Lenovo teams to watch. Well, we've got so much in store, and our games are just around the corner. But real quick before we get to that, we want to talk about our talent predictions. And none of us know who picked what, so let's find out.
Ooh. What's up, Glitter?
Oh, I did it. I knew where all you going to go. I knew what was going to happen. I could see the writing on the wall. Okay, so I decided to go against the grain because my gut told me that this is what everyone was going to do. So I'm picking a little bit of a wild card here. Or really is it you guys because the roster change?
Yeah, that's a good point. It was a little risky to pick TSM. The 4 of us obviously still did. We have confidence in this squad. No, Cloud9 was my second pick, though. I was this close to actually picking Cloud9 and Glitter, so I'm right there with you. But TSM with Verhulst. Verhulst, the best controller player in the world. I mean, he's honestly arguably one of the best players in the world right now. He's been playing so incredibly strong. I think he's going to make a lot of a positive addition to this TSM squad, Kate. And yeah, I think it's a safe bet for the 4 of us here, but hopefully, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. And interesting, we haven't picked NRG, but I know it's definitely one of our teams to watch, as you saw. And there's so much in store, and certainly the pressure of our tournament here has got to be mounting for these NA squads as they look down the marker for what are potentially playoff berths. So we'll see what that does. But you know what? That means it's about time for us to get into games, which means I'm going to go ahead and take off for just a bit. I'll be back a little bit later in the show. You are in capable hands, though. Glitter, Fallout, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. And yes, it is time. Let's jump into gameplay. Dropship is loading across World's Edge here as we jump into game number 1. For those that are just tuning in, welcome to North America. This is our second to last match day for the Pro League. Last day will be on Sunday. It's a weekend full of Apex here, Glitter. I know you're also going to be casting tomorrow. We got a lot of Apex ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how everything shakes out at the end of this entire split. Honestly, if you think about the entire season, we've seen so many roster swaps. We've seen so many we've seen meta changes, in the comps. We've seen role changes depending on the squads. So throughout the entire season, there's been a lot. There's been downtime between each play week for these teams to adjust and make those changes too. So now we're coming to a close, and I'm excited to see what happens after everything is said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had a brand new season and a brand new legend added, which changed things up, and a lot of players now playing Ashe as well, my current main. So I've been enjoying everything that this season has had to offer in ALGS at least, and of course in Legacy, the brand new Apex season's been fun for sure. We just took a look at the points and scoring, but a quick recap of that. 12 points for first place per game. It's a 6-game series. Every game will be played on World's Edge. And of course, second place will get you 9 points and so on and so forth, all the way to 16th, which gets you just 1 point. So keep that in mind as we progress. And of course, we mentioned match point format for the playoffs. Not today. It'll just be a 6-game series. Whoever can get the most points over 6 games wins. 1 point awarded per kill as well as we get ready for game number 1. But I want to ask you, any bold predictions, any thoughts going into game 1? Who do you think's going to take it? You rolling in with Cloud9 here?
On the first game or overall? Are you saying that my prediction wasn't bold enough? Because I felt
first game predictions.
I felt a little on the outside there with that one. But first game predictions, you know what? Like you were saying, none of us picked them, I think, mostly because everybody's super, super hyped on the TSM roster change situation currently. But I think NRG might actually come out of the gate pretty hot in this first match here. Do you have a specific team that you're feeling here for the first match?
Yeah, that's a good prediction, a good thought here. NRG dropping staging always seems to perform early, especially. It's interesting. I think Cloud9 will off, which is kind of funny because you're the one that picked them. What I would love to see happen is Ghost Gaming in their debut with Madness on this team just pop off. I hope we see something crazy like that. Because keep in mind, Ghost Gaming currently is outside of the top 20. They are not qualifying as it currently stands. So we'll see what comes true, what comes to fruition here. Because guess what? Game number 1 is ready. As you see the dropship flying across World's Edge, teams are dropping in their favorite POIs, are landing spots. And of course, we'll kick off the Apex Legends Global Series in partnership with Monster Energy and Lenovo Legion here in game number 1. Let's get to it, Glitter.
I am ready to get into all of this NA action. I've been waiting for this all day because I think everybody's on the edge of their seats to find out how this new TSM roster is going to do for themselves. And I know it's something we're probably going to be continuously talking about, but it's a big deal.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's tons of kind of key storylines like that coming in. And one of them is like teams like this. CLX currently on the fringe, needs to perform, needs to play really, really well if they want to break into the top 20. They're currently in 35th place overall. So they are in relegation alongside Legacy, Mexico, CLG, which is a team we would expect to be there, Air Eternity, a team we would expect to be there. And so you see the first zone will pull south right on top of Ghost Gaming, dropping over in Lava Siphons. That's not a bad start for Ghost Gaming if you're a fan of this Ghost Squad. Meanwhile, teams like NRG obviously in zone and in circle as well, but we'll keep an eye on TSM rotating from Fragment East, Cloud9 from Climatizer, a couple of those other northern teams.
Are you just continuing your day of prophecy here, Fallout? Because I brought up Ghost, and right off the bat, they get the very first zone. Not the luck here today. Wow, teach me the ways, please.
Listen, you have to meditate. You have to believe. No, I don't know. I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. But somehow, some way it's happened as we take a look at TSM with Verhulst for the very first time in ALGS. Welcome, Verhulst, to TSM. He fits like a glove. Controller player. young god. Started his gaming career playing Call of Duty way back when, of course, Apex came out. Fell in love with Apex during spring break. Yes, he was a high schooler grinding Apex Legends at kill race tournaments. That's what he was playing early on. Got ridiculously skillful, very, very talented, and then kind of worked his way up from the very, very bottom. Got spotted by a few players called Skittle and Duplex, joined ESA, has dominated on that ESA roster, and now joins this TSM roster. Filling some big shoes, though, Glitter, and sniped down also the Valkyrie controller player for TSM. I mean, there couldn't have been a better fit here.
100%. But I mean, talk about a journey. You broke it down really, really well so that everybody can kind of understand his roots there. But I mean, at the end of it all, can you imagine ending up on one of the best teams in the world? That is just incredibly impressive. And as we're continuing to watch, TSM Hal is already dealing some nice poke damage, getting an armor crack, and it looks like they might be trying to go for that or to possibly just rotate away.
Yeah, they're going to be healed up by the time they get there, so they'll just hit this rotation early. But Hal has a chance to level up his shield a little bit, and only 70 damage away from blue shields, because TSM didn't really get blessed from loot and Fragment East, but wanted to hit a fast rotation. That's typically what you'll see if it's a southern zone from a team that plays Fragment, or a northern zone from a team that plays Lava Siphon or Lava City. They'll loot fast. They won't get all of the loot available because they got to rotate quick. That's what we saw out of TSM right there. Whereas if this zone was northern, you would have seen TSM take their time to loot. As a result, only reps for the blue shield here. So TSM is going to be looking to level up those Evo shields.
Yeah, and you could see on that rotate over as well that there are some squads in the general vicinity. That's why there's not a whole lot of loot up for grabs in this building that they're currently in. But, I mean, as long as they have a solid position, TSM is obviously in a good spot to continue dealing that poke damage that we did just see them dealing to level up those shields, like you were saying. A little bit less than ideal loot currently, but it's early, and they just kind of need to feel out the situation and wait and see where the rest of those squads are going to be coming in from. And as we're talking about those other squads, checking in on Era now, who's also trying to make that early rotate right on the edge of the zone right now.
Yep, that's right. So Era opting to play a little bit more edge. We'll see as they pull their way back up north if they decide to pick any fights here. So we switch on and keep a close eye on Era Eternity. Currently working their way over through Geyser. They obviously drop on the southeast side of the map over towards Big Maw, Dome, or Lava City area. As we are going to jump on board for the first time with Team Liquid. Team Liquid dropping in Skyhook. That's a team we didn't really talk about enough in the pre-show. Team Liquid, a reputable team, absolutely a household name. They've won championships before. That's, of course, when Albert Lely was on the squad. Since then, they picked up Fun FPS, which I loved as a pickup. He was certainly the right fit. But Team Liquid hasn't made the same level of noise that we've seen teams like NRG, Sentinels, and other make, Glitter.
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent for themselves, but nothing, like you're saying, nothing crazy, nothing outstanding. I mean, last time they played in this group matchup, they did get a 6th place finish, but now we've got Absolute Monarchy starting to deal some poke damage as well. We've got a 3-man squad right in front of them over in Dome. The bubbles are already out, and it looks like Absolute Monarchy might want to continue pressing this just a little bit until they realize that there is another squad over to their west.
Yeah, they got to be careful because they're in zone or close to zone at least. And it's actually going to be Knights, the Pittsburgh Knights right in front of them. The Knights on the fringe, another one of those teams of top 20. We'll see what the Pittsburgh Knights can do. Obviously a team that has some storied names in Apex. They started off by picking up Hodzik, Turns, and Six originally as they made their debut in the Krakow preseason invitational. Performed solid in that one, and since then they picked up a few different teams. We had Bronzy on the Knights at one point, until they picked up this roster. Meanwhile, Cloud9 taking their time on rotation. That's kind of the opposite start of that story. If you're a team like TSM that's dropping center and wants to rotate early, you won't really loot. But if you're a team like C9 that's dropping on the very far side of the rotation, Climatizer, you're going to take your time. There's no reason to rotate early. You'll just be content playing edge, and you have very, very little risk of running into any of their teams or getting third-partied, but just a nice little scan just in case.
Yeah, and you know, Cloud9, I think they're looking great right now. I think they're looking fantastic, so I want to see if they're feeling as fantastic as I think they're looking. So let's go ahead and take a quick listen in as they make this rotate.
Do we ride it, or do we just go fight it?
I don't know. That's up to you.
3-second scan if you want to fight it.
I'm sitting right there.
I think we just sit here. They're going to go for the geyser. They always will.
Oh, on the roof, going right. Left to right, left to right. He didn't see me. Left to right. Ash.
They're going to walk into us.
3, 2, 1.
Walking out.
Shoot. Give me 54 purple.
Rocketing.
One guy on
I just got farmed.
I got hit for 40.
Ripping it back.
And pop bottle.
Ulting, yeah.
One on hit 50.
They get me ulted deep. You're good.
One's very far back.
Naughty, you're in an L.
I'm fine. Scanning.
I need a scan.
Ash on roof.
Climbing on height.
Give me ulting.
Hey, shit on Ash.
Ash 1. 56 bubble. What?
They're one shot. You guys.
Oh no! Okay, all right. That was a very, very aggressive fight coming out of Cloud9. We heard them waiting for Era to make that rotate so they could try and take the fight, but Era comes out on top, but not for long because Lazarus heard all of this action going down, is trying to see if they can push up and maybe get a third party. I cannot believe that this is happening so early though, Fallout.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate start for Cloud9. Not the best way to kick things off for them. As they tried 3-2-1-ing that fight, they didn't really do a whole lot of damage, but yet they stayed committed to that push and ended up kind of in an awkward position, ended up just getting taken out. So not the best showing from Cloud9 as things kind of kicked off here in game number 1 as we now switch over to Absolute Monarchy, still fighting, I believe, what was Pittsburgh Knights and maybe Lazarus nearby here on the southeast side of the map.
I mean, NA is deciding to kick things off real early here in our first match as multiple squads are in the middle of trying to do some damage. Absolute Monarchy and Knights still trying to poke back and forth with each other right now, right on the edge of the ring, and they're going to have to make a decision here on what they want to do rotation-wise because they can only sit in there for so long.
Yep. So for now, they got time. 2 minutes till the ring is going to be collapsing here. As we keep a close eye on Knights, they've been in this kind of extended, awkward stalemate fight against Absolute Monarchy for some time here, but given one individual of Absolute Monarchy is just taking storm damage, might have a slight upper hand here. Blue shields across the board for AM, and this should be a clean 3v3. I mean, I doubt any teams are still within that choke point to their north. I doubt any teams are going to push them all the way from the dome side. So if these teams do want to take this fight, they can. That's a good way to start for Exile with a nice wide right flank, but needs to heal back up before they take anything.
We've seen a lot of work getting put in with some nice flatlines out of both regions here so far. We saw a lot of it in EMEA. We're starting it off strong here with Absolute Monarchy. Knights, though, they are not willing to back down. Looks like Absolute Monarchy starting to try and make that rotate, and Knights is willing to make chase. They might be able to actually chip away at them from behind, but the dome does come out. They're zoning them off with the Valk, and Knights is deciding that maybe they're going to keep the distance between these two squads.
Yeah, probably a wise decision. They probably saw C9 get taken out earlier. Maybe not the best decision to take that 3v3 so early. Meanwhile, TSM, FTX not too far away. They hear all of this going on, and that's the team that wants a third party. Yet gonna be an ultimate popping through from Hal. Look at the damage done from Hal. Knights gonna, though, pick up the scraps. They knock 2 from Absolute Monarchy, so it's actually Knights who get the last laugh with 2 kill points here at their potential.
This was a real unfortunate pinch here for Absolute Monarchy, and I think that's just a result of them having stalemated with Knights so long. Knights now have some really nice high ground and a view, top-down view on everything that is going on down there, so they're able to continue chipping away at some of those players. This is going to be a rough rotation, though, for them trying to figure out how to get past TSM as we see the portal coming out.
Yeah, good luck at this point. As we see 2 squads eliminated, that's Absolute Monarchy and C9. Keep in mind, you might think, where's the third team? There's actually only 19 teams in this lobby because I believe Sheesh was in this group, disbanded, no longer is playing in the Pro League, unfortunately, as y'all are well aware of. Aprizi alongside Nicewig and Co. was a fun team to watch. Nicewig, I mentioned earlier, just trolled me on Twitter by saying, what about us, bro? Too soon, Wig. But nonetheless, excited to see what every other team can do here, but there will be only 19 teams in this 6-game series here.
Yeah, definitely important to pay attention to here as we check back in with the zone and where everything is looking like it's pulling. Everyone on launch site right now is sitting real pretty as they're going to be able to let a lot of these other squads that are still having to make their rotations in have to battle it out. Okay, everyone in Tree, Lava Siphon, they're going to have quite a few squads to have to push through.
Yeah, quite the rotation will have to be made here. As we'll keep a close eye. This is the kind of part of the game where things slow down just a little bit. We always kind of use an analogy of a roller coaster in Apex and in BRs in general. Obviously, off the rip, you see some 50-50s. It's kind of the first drop, nothing too crazy, a couple fights. Then things slow down as teams rotate. But then some third-party fights happen as your second drop. And then things obviously calm down as the calm before the final storm, the final circle closing, where it's absolute madness in that last drop. Meanwhile, we're jumping more to Lazarus. They find themselves in a fight. Getting first knock here, but have to heal back up as the ring is not their friend as it currently stands. And it looks like they'll just make a wide right push here, try to avoid anything that they possibly can, pick up some heals along the way. and Lazarus still finds himself in an extended fight. But as I say that, Vize wants the kill point and is going to get it.
Yeah, and Lazarus needs these points. They are one of those squads that is on the cusp right now of that top 20 situation that will be qualifying through to playoffs. So Lazarus is going to be looking to make some big plays here today and see if they can move their way up the ranks. Dishing out some decent poke damage. Another knock onto Impulse for Lazarus here. This could be some of those extra points that they really, really need. Looks like they're also going to be trying to get the revive right now. It should come through, and they might be able to get a full reset.
Yeah, that'd be a benefit for them. Vize with some heals should be okay, I hope, question mark. Yes, we'll get the syringe off, but barely. Davis having to come to Vize's rescue, and the damage, the poke is still coming through. Oh my goodness, it is literally bleak right now for Lazarus as they somehow survive, but you wonder for how long.
All they need is to get into a little bit of cover right now so they can get some of these heals off, but I'm not sure how much loot they have past that, so they're going to need to take out another squad so that they can maybe fill back up on some of that. We see the ult accelerants coming out, making sure that Gibby's ready to go as well, but they did manage to save themselves there, even though they did take a lot of poke as they were making the rotate into that building.
Yeah, their ideal situation, obviously find a team to resource back up or go and craft if you can, because that's what they need right now. I mean, they probably have little to no syringes or med kits, probably low on shield cells. Not a good situation for Lazarus, who again is one of those teams on the fringe. CLX, another one of those squads currently facing relegation. Some good damage put in from Serial. I like the high play. Hits the first PK shot, but barely getting it taken out right after. So all up to his teammates now. It's going to be Cruz who finally cleans up, pops the dome shield for good measure, and CLX off to a decent start here. NRG also popping off the kill feed.
Yeah, I saw the NRG stuff popping up, but that was a nice save. They're making sure they also didn't get the full kill down on to their Wraith. CLX, though, looking to get a reset, and instead it looks like they're getting third party, getting pushed in on after they just finish up that fight by Unlucky, who wants to see if they can now take this position.
And Unlucky will clean things up here. One big 1v1 though. Senpai going to clean up. Need to be careful for any additional teams, and that's why they're going to drop that defensive bombardment just to be safe. Senpai needs a shield swap, needs a quick, going to connect for not a whole lot of shield swap there. Looks for a purple shield, not going to get that either. And as a result, just going to say, you know what, screw it, let me get the revive. But it's looking so scary right now for Unlucky. They finally will get that revive and survive for now, but you wonder for how long.
You saw just how much vision those enemy teams have through the windows onto any of the squads that are in that building. So we'll see if they're able to make the rotation out of there a lot. Now back on board with TSM. And, you know, we said that they'd be able to do enough damage or find enough loot at least to get their shields in a better situation, get their loot where they wanted it, and they most certainly have no longer stuck with that white shield situation. That we saw how strong they were in that engagement that Absolute Monarchy did not fare so well in, and TSM is doing very well so far here in this first game.
Yeah, that's right. TSM obviously in their debut with Verholz on this team. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with TSM here, what their comms are like.
So confused with the zone.
I swear it ends like right here.
Be careful.
Is they can wrap behind us though.
Yeah, I know, but it's fine.
I want to trap back here.
It's fine, but just play inside. Do like you can play outside unless it's like just be very careful, please, when you walk outside. Do not get like one clip by somebody that's like shooting in the back.
3 seconds on my trap.
I'm gonna stay watching east side like permanently.
Yeah. Jordan, watch west.
I know, I'm just putting a trap down.
Someone's probably gonna wrap up the ramp on our back.
You should put more traps like to block the doors, Jordan. I think instead of like using it defensive, like you know, more like defensively, put it more aggressively on the doors, because we don't want we want to not let anybody be able to like peek us through the doors, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we can go in and out because it's double doors. That was right below me. Yeah.
Portal.
Yeah, the portal below. Valko. I'm 6-1 now.
7-1.
What do you got,
Nine,
Dren?
one.
Show me your cell.
Shot pull.
Near how IGLing even to point of canister placement right there. Precise. Meanwhile, jumping on board of Nathan. Nathan last alive for NRG, and he's going to get taken out. NRG eliminated already. It's going to be in the hands of Renegades.
I feel like I might be a little bit of a curse here on this first game for any of the teams that I had high hopes for, and I apologize to everyone, but massive play coming out of Renegades. We did only catch the very end of it there, so not exactly sure how all of that kicked off, but Renegades now also in the crosshairs of Noble as they're trying to recover after taking out NRG, and Noble might not necessarily want to keep the spice, but see them hiding in the corners there.
Yeah, so what you're saying is I'm prophesizing and you're traumatizing. That's currently what's happening right now. Bad luck is all that is. Meanwhile, Renegades currently on their back foot as Saucer's going to get damaged, but they know they have the slight upper hand over Noble. They have him trapped within this trailer. Ult Accelerant's going to be popped here, which means more scans are coming for Vax when they do get that ultimate back up. As we did see Team Liquid get taken out by Ghost Gaming in the chat. Don't know if that was a full squad wipe or not, but we're down to 11 squads left. This has been a crazy game, number one. Right now, it's a 3v3 between Renegades and Noble.
Yeah, we see that Ash Tether trying to come out, seeing if they can hold Noble still inside of this truck so they can make a push up onto them. The bubble does end up having to go down, and Noble is trying to get their shields back up. Renegades seeing if they can maybe split up here. You see Vaxlon down there at the bottom trying to get a different angle. But as this is going on, is that Lazarus? Looks like Lazarus might be moving up because they can hear all of the action, trying to see if they can possibly get a third-party situation going.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing about that Dome Shield was it just bought time for a third party to potentially come, and that third party's going to come hard as it's going to be Vaxlon. He's going to almost get knocked. Here comes the push. Pow Pow, wide right, knocks one whole squad's wiped, but has to be careful. Has to reset quick because Lazarus is nearby. So well played by Renegades. Their ability to reset that fight, get their health back, and be careful for the third party was pristine.
Yeah, they barely took any damage in that engagement. They got in, they got out, they did what they wanted to do, and they were instantly reset for this next fight with Lazarus. I think Lazarus was definitely hoping for a little bit of a different outcome there, but they are all spread out trying to cover all sides of this truck as we see them try to port away, and Lazarus catches them on the rotation and deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, it looks like Renegade just wants to reset, does not want anything to do with this fight, and Lazarus, of course, playing very, very aggressive as it stands, but gonna let them do exactly that, as the revive will come through courtesy of the Dome Shield, and it's gonna be Lazarus just saying, you know what, not worth it. Let's just hit a Valkyl, let's reset. They're probably gonna land out of bounds here on top of this roof for some time before they make their decision on what to do. They have about 10 seconds to do exactly that. Teams nearby, Charlotte Phoenix right below them, on board with Greek as it currently stands, doing a good job gatekeeping. We'll see if they can pick these kills up.
Loads of caustic barrels blocking that doorway, dealing a lot of damage in the process. Charlotte Phoenix has tons of teams right in their crosshairs, just have to wait for that bubble to go down and instantly deal so much damage. Thermite follows it up, and they're able to keep a lot of those squads away from them right now.
Yeah, TSM wants to enter the fight. 6 squads remain. Final ring here. Take a look at the top left of your screen. Look at that line. That's where the zone is going to be pulling. If you're new to competitive Apex, that was a change made about 1.5 years ago. A very slow pull to the final ring or final zone, wherever that line is pulling towards. Meanwhile, Greek going to push wide left. The controller player doing a great job cleaning up that squad. The Pittsburgh Knights are eliminated from this one. Charlotte Phoenix, TSM FTX still alive alongside Unlucky, Premier GG, and Lazarus.
Nice setup here coming in from TSM. We saw lots of those frags right before we pulled off of them in that fight. That did land and do well. The bombardment's coming down as TSM makes an aggressive push across the way and wants to take out Renegades, and they do just that with ease.
That was one of the cleanest squad wipes I have ever seen this late game of competitive Apex. TSM just eliminates them from the lobby. Meanwhile, Charlotte Phoenix on high ground. This is going to be so tough for TSM to traverse this low ground, especially against the controller god in Mr. Greek, the Greek god himself, holding things down from high.
I feel like their only chance is if the squads up top end up battling it out and TSM can potentially third party, but Charlotte knows where TSM is and they're going to have to start making a move up from the low ground, which is always less than ideal, but they have a ton of caustic barrels laid down in preparation for everyone having to come fight here in this area, and we'll just have to see how things play out for them.
And the biggest thing is they have the Gibby Dome, and Hal off of Wraith again. We all know that Hal back on Wraith was working really, really well for them, but decides to play Caustic and Gibby here as a team comp. is what TSM's been running as of late. They're going to drop a mobile respawn beacon just for some additional cover, and then they're also going to use that dome shield for additional cover. So between those two things, those two items, they might have enough cover to make it up here, but they got to hope, they got to pray that a third party, another team comes and puts some damage, some pressure onto CLT. Because guess what? It looks like a Gibby ult's coming.
Yeah, and hopefully that pressure is going to come in the form of Legacy MX, who I believe is that other squad up top. The bubble is forced out of TSM, but you can see it popped by Legacy MX, as well as both of these teams are preparing to take damage. TSM has taken damage, and they have to push up through the zone. This is not going to look good for TSM.
Yep, absolutely getting melted. Rep's going to be the last alive here, popping as much gas as possible to keep him alive for as long as possible. Third place finish, not too bad for TSM in this situation, but you got to think Charlotte Phoenix in the best position to win this game. Stink's going to drop the dome shield, pushes up, gets a couple good first shots in, but it's not enough. His teammates need to do the rest. Stink gets knocked all up to Kotagami and Greek against this team on high ground, and it's going to be them that end up winning it. The Mexican boys coming down from Latin America. Legacy MX is your champion, a team that was facing relegation coming into today. They perform in game number 1.
That is huge for Legacy MX. They needed this type of a performance here this weekend to, like you said, keep themselves out of relegation. But I think, I'm not 100% sure, Follow, but I think at the end, Reps was actually managing to get a couple knocks there, and they might have gotten second place for TSM.
Insane. If that happened, if they end up sneaking an extra 3 points from second place, we'll see in just a moment here because we have the standings. Yes, they did! You called it! Are you kidding me? An extra 2 points from third to second. Reps was able to survive, plus the 6 kill points. That's 15 points for TSM. But the story is Legacy Mexico. Mexico on top in game number 1. A 20-point game for the boys south of the border here in the United States. Congratulations to Legacy as they perform so incredibly well. Charlotte Phoenix in third, Renegades in fourth with a high kill game as well, Glitter.
Yeah, the aggression that we saw out of Renegades was really, really nice to see here in the first game of the day. So that's going to equal some nice points to at least kick everything off for them. But like you're saying, Legacy MX, this is just, it's like a little Cinderella story to kick everything off. They were literally, I think, the first team in that relegation spot. So they just need enough to get them up by one spot into the yellow, and they'll be safe.
Yeah, congratulations again to Jaguares, the pro, and Yomax with a great showing in game number 1. But they're just getting started. They got to stay consistent. We've seen them do this before. This is the second game that they've won so far in Pro League overall. So they've won a game before, but the question is consistency. Can they continue that performance? We said the same thing about Rebel. We asked that same question in EMEA just a couple hours ago, and they ended up winning the whole thing. So if Legacy can be just as consistent, they might find themselves with a huge opportunity to possibly break into that top 20 again. Major congratulations to Legacy if you are a viewer or a fan of Mexico or Latin American. Apex in the chat. Blow it up right now and show some support for your boys. Legacy performs in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to them starting off the day with exactly the type of momentum that they need. But I still, we got to give a little bit of love to TSM. Reps right there at the end, really pulling out some extra points for the squad. And they looked so good. Specifically, that push onto Renegades that we watched, like you said, might be one of the cleanest end game 3v3s that we have ever seen. I mean, they looked confident. They were communicating well. They were moving as a unit. And I was wondering how it was going to go with very little time to work on that new roster. And they look good right now.
They do, indeed. And you know what happened is ultimately the defensive bombardment that came down on TSM forced them to pop their dome shield a lot earlier than they had planned, which caused them to really be in a rough spot moving up that low ground. Meanwhile, Legacy, they win it in game number 1. We're going to jump to a very quick break, though. But when we come back, we got Onset and Gaskin, who have been pulling a marathon this weekend, ready to cast game number 2.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. We're here in North America now, Dan, and we've already had one very exciting game to kick things off. A little wave from you was that. Welcome back, everybody. We're here. Don't worry, we're ready to go. A very impressive performance in game number 1 coming in from Legacy Mexico. TSM taking home a 2nd place. And one thing that really stood out to me is how the comps have been changing all over the world at the moment. It seems that the Gibby, Caustic, and Valkyrie seem to be the go-to for a lot of our top teams.
Yeah, I think as this meta has developed and people have realized the importance of Valkyrie, it's about finding that right kind of method to go alongside her. And 2 defensive legends who in late game really apply their strengths and really can make a difference. It makes a lot of sense, actually, that we're starting to see more Gibby and Caustic pop up. Caustic has always been something that could turn up in a lot of EMEA regions. NA have kind of teetered with it here or there. Gibby has obviously been a staple, but now adding Caustic as well, it means these last circles become very much who bubbles first, who can get into a position where you can hold down a building, or you can hold down a certain area with those traps. It just gives you so much more room to defend yourselves when you have 2 legends that are meant for defensive situations.
Well, here is the overall leaderboards after our first game of the day. Legacy MX, no surprise to see them on top after that win. 20 points to go alongside that first place finish. TSM in 2nd, 15 points. A great job from Reps there to survive and fight his way into that 2nd place position. Renegades in 3rd, Charlotte Phoenix, Knights and the rest, you can cover yourself. The only slight surprise, Dan, to be honest with you, is right down at the bottom there. Cloud9 taking an early battle, which it's not something that's out of the ordinary for them to do, but coming up on the wrong side of it, which means they're going to have to make up for it in the next 5 games.
I thought you were going to say an early bath and throw a football analogy in there, just because they head to the locker rooms a little bit early. They took a fight that they probably expected to have a little bit more success with, and they missed a few shots. They didn't do as much damage as perhaps they expected to, and then the third party arrived anyway. So I think either side of it, they probably go down to Cloud9. I think it was maybe an early lesson for them that they have to either engage in this fight a lot quicker or just ignore that fight completely and look to rotate. Otherwise, they are going to find themselves exiting early, taking that early bath, and won't be picking up any points.
Yeah, it wasn't, as I say, something that it was out of the ordinary for them, so to speak. They do like an engagement. They're never afraid to fight, but sometimes it doesn't go their way. And to be honest with you, the Cloud9 way is to be aggressive and keep that kind of pressure up on all teams in the lobby, showing disregard for whoever you might be. This push from Renegades, though, was one of the highlights for me. The Tether and the Arc Star working so well together to give them that entry damage to then move in and clean up.
And then this last fight with TSM, the 3rd squad, who were down on the low ground and they had to push up. They had to use that bubble pretty early as well. Verholst and Hell, they both got eliminated, and it was all down to Reps and just being able to play the map to his best ability, recognizing that if he just hid in the corner, threw a couple of caustic traps down, he would be able to avoid most of the fights and force the other 2 teams to engage. There was one team who tried to take out Reps. They recognized that he was just being a rat in the corner to try and secure that 2nd place. They'd almost given up on trying to win at that point, but Legacy MX would have been rubbing their hands together at the prospect of getting a victory, because they were 33rd place coming into everything today. They really need to have a week where they do get multiple wins so they can push themselves up to those leaderboards, get into those playoff spots, and get a decent bit of prize money as well. Remember, it's not just playoff spots they're playing for. There is prize money just for the online performances here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams do kind of reevaluate things with the fact, like we've talked about a little bit earlier on the EMEA broadcast, it's no longer about the top 10 in North America, it's top 20. So those teams who are kind of on the fringe of that 20th place now have, something really to motivate them once again and get that drive back to get involved in that finals lobby. But I want to talk a little bit about TSM. I mean, we do have the option to do so now before we get into our 2nd game of the day. And it has been a crazy week for them, a crazy couple of weeks. Very turbulent with the team changes. Snipedown obviously deciding to step down from the roster, and Verholst being picked up from what is the number 1 team in North America at the moment. Now, if you're going to pick anyone up, to always go for the great player, yes, but to weaken some of your opposition, some of your opponents who have been doing so well, is also very smart from TSM for me.
It would have been a difficult decision for Verholst as well, because he's seeing so much success with the team, their 1st place, but I think an organisation like TSM, and to play alongside the likes of Reps and Imperial Hell, 2 legends of the Apex Legends scene, I think it's probably a no-brainer. It would have been one of those chats with the rest of the team over at ESA to say, guys, look, I think if you were put in my shoes here, I think you would make the same decision. I don't think there'll be any bad blood there. What made me laugh was watching Snipedown stream, and he was talking about Verholst joining. He was saying how he thinks that Verholst is going to get along, and he was like, my worry is there's no banter with me on the team anymore. I watched Verholst portal through a Wraith portal by accident, And Imperial Howl and Verhulst, they didn't really have any banter about it. It was just like, oh, did you do that? Oh, that's a shame. Maybe you shouldn't have done that. Let's focus up. Let's focus and make sure we change it next time. Snipedown said, if that was me, Hal would be screaming at me. I'd be screaming at him. We'd be laughing. I'd be telling him he was bad. He'd be telling me I was bad. There certainly is going to be a loss of something from Snipedown leaving that squad, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a bad thing. A little bit more focus and less jokes might actually work out for them.
Yeah, it is a lot of the time actually a good heart when you hear a Snipedown and Hal going at it. It's competitive nature, right? It's what they do best. Snipedown been one of the top competitors in all esports for so long, and it's no surprise to see that drive alongside Hal. Sometimes they clash, but it's all love. It's all love at the end of the day. But yeah, Verhulst is a very good addition, as we say. He is a very smart player as well. Something that a lot of players might look past, because when you look at controller players, like, you're there to do a job, right? You're there to do a job. You're there to be the turret. You're there to beam. You're there to win your 1v1s. But Verhulst, you could see in that last game when we had the listen-ins as well, was saying, this is where I think it's finished. This is how I think we should be playing. And I also think there's some influence from him and the composition coming together, because that was the composition and is the composition the ESA have been playing, which has brought them their success recently.
I think that says a lot about Hal and Reps. That shows they're not going to be arrogantly just trying to force their ways onto Verhulst as well. They are open-eared. They are going to listen to what he may suggest, whether it be down to compositions, whether it be down to actual in-game plays. Even though Hal is the IGL, he is going to be making those shots. He's 100% still going to listen to the rest of the team. He might not always make a decision that reflects that, but I think as long as you've got someone who does have those open ears, who is willing to at least make some sort of decision off the back of what your teammates are suggesting, I think that ultimately that does make a good side. And TSM maybe need that. I think TSM, they have been disappointed with some of their performances throughout this ALGS Pro League. They did go out with a bang, as it were, with Snipedown last week, finishing in second place. I think it was nice that they were able to do that. A great send-off for him.
I'm not going to lie, watching the stream. It was pretty emotional, yeah.
I mean, even Snipedown got very emotional indeed. And we now need to see TSM, though, return to the glory that we expect. Right, they were the back-to-back-to-back winners on LAN. They were the team that everyone looked up to, and even though we're not going to get to see them on LAN just yet, we're still going to have to wait a little bit longer. We need to have TSM return to form, return to the top, and maybe Verhulst will be the key to that here.
It's going to be interesting to see for sure, and a lot of those questions will be answered as we move through the weeks and we get towards the biggest tournaments that we're going to have in Apex Legends. But now match 2 is ready to go. You can see the dropship is already flying over World's Edge, and we're seeing the players and the teams drop in for now. Dan, who you got your eyes on here? Because I also need to give some love to Legacy Mexico, because I feel like recently they have been getting better and better and better. They have won multiple games in the Apex Legends Global Series, in the Pro League, and it just seems they're always involved in those final scuffles, whether it's top 10, top 5. You can always guarantee that Legacy MX are going to be in that fight.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of consistency from them week by week of actually getting top 3s, but it's sometimes just letting themselves down with the big kind of 20th finish, the 19th finish, which is going to really affect their scores and their points they're able to accumulate. So what they need to do is cut out those early deaths. They need to make sure that they are not taking too many risky fights. Once you've started with a victory, though, I think that takes a little bit of pressure off your shoulders, and maybe they can look to rotate a little bit more safely. They won't feel as pressured to take those fights, so we'll see whether that helps them here in today's matchups, because they need to start pushing their way towards top 20. They are 3 points short of 20th place right now, and we know that 3 points is difficult to come by in a lobby like this. You've got to make sure you are at your very best, so we'll see whether they can get closer towards those playoff spots after today's action.
Well, there's your beacon, lighting up green as fresh grass. That was a terrible analogy, but you get the idea, as we're going to be heading towards Epicenter and Climatizer. Maybe those rocks on the right-hand side, we've seen a few pulls down to there as well, so it's going to be very interesting to see how teams actually perceive this one. Maybe a third beacon is going to be vital for some teams who might actually choose to not rotate as quickly as maybe we would expect, play for that third beacon, and then with that information make a decision on where they will use that Valkyrie redeploy to approach that zone. But you can see TSM here, second place. Shout out to Reps for managing to clutch up in that situation to get them those extra placement points. Of course, Fragment East is where they're going to be calling home, and they're already on their way towards zone.
And for TSM, they are quite a way off ESA when you look at their points. They're going to struggle to be able to try and take that first position off of ESA going into those playoffs, but it's still possible. Of course, you can still pick up 12 points per match day, and there are 2 match days left for these teams. But they've got to remember that ESA can also pick up those points as well. So they would need ESA to drop off a little bit, and we would need to see 2 solid performances from TSM. But they've certainly started the day off well with that 2nd place. And now they're going to be looking to make a very early rotation here, as expected, once they've seen that beacon.
Taken to the skies is Team Solo mid. That's going to be where they're wanting to be playing, as they're going to be using that Valkyrie passive to just scan out the area as well. See the ping going in. Looks like everything is clear for now. So just taking the bridge and then maybe thinking about working their way down to this little building, which is pretty isolated, to be honest with you, Dan, in the surrounding areas. This is kind of the most playable area, you would say, where they feel like that zone is going to be finishing. So TSM going to be very happy. But here's Noble now as they make their way across World's Edge. Issue, Lucas, and Impulse trying to essentially get towards where TSM find themselves right now. But as you can see, quite some way to go.
Yeah, they'll be moving in a little bit of a shadow of TSM, but they're not going to be able to have the luxury of jetting up into the sky and progressing a little bit faster. Instead, it's going to be the more traditional route. It's going to be by foot. This is the kind of old school, well, not old school, but new school, if you know what I mean, composition with the Bloodhound featuring. And certainly Bloodhound has the advantages. You can manage to get into those fights, and you can just really give so much information to the rest of the team when someone is playing that Bloodhound. So I do like it. I like playing with a teammate who can jump on the Bloodhound, and certainly we'll see whether it can benefit Noble here.
Well, let's actually catch up with Impulse. We had an opportunity to speak to him before the tournament. Let's see what he had to say.
I think the biggest change with the meta recently has definitely been the addition and the incorporation of Valkyrie into the meta. It allows teams to either rotate significantly faster out of their drops because you can just Valk ult and fly over a lot of stuff, or you can also play relatively on the edge if you can't get into zone and just Valk ult and get into a really good spot or land on a third-party late game. I think it's definitely changed a lot of the way that people play the game and made a lot of the teams start performing a lot better than they did because of just making rotations a little bit easier in that sense.
Some words from Impulse there, just once again highlighting the impact that Valkyrie has had on the lobbies. And Noble, even though Impulse was saying how Valkyrie can impact things, still not running it.
Yeah, it says it's really great, but doesn't fancy actually.
Not good enough, not for us.
They want to go for the more traditional comp. They want to just do things the hard way, some might suggest, because Valkyrie does give you that get out of jail free card to just jet up into the sky and avoid a fight. You do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable if you do it willy-nilly, so you do have to have some sort of strategy about it. You can't just completely do it randomly at times and expect to land in a perfect spot. But Noble are scouting out this truck at the moment. They've got eyes on a team, but because of the armors they currently possess, the weapons they've got hold of, they're reluctant to get too aggressive here. Instead, they're kind of scouting the lay of the land, seeing if they can maybe pick up some pieces here, because they don't just want to give away some easy kills.
Well, turbocharger on the Havoc for one of the players. However, let's go over to Monas now. Rani, Aiden the Destroyer, and Dimmy. Team who been doing a lot of work actually in the arenas.
Yeah.
Tournaments we've seen recently, so great to see them involved in the Pro League as well. And look at the kill feed as well. You're seeing Albrolele from C9 picking up a knock. It'll be interesting to see if they can convert that into a kill. But these guys are individually incredibly talented, Dan. As I say, we've watched a lot of them in arenas tournaments. They were the first #1 ranked players when that playlist came out, and they were grinding away at that. And they said, you know what, we're going to make the transition over to Battle Royale now, and we're going to really put our time into it. And I'm very interested to see how their story develops as well.
Yeah, they are currently dead last when it comes to the Pro League overall standings. They've only picked up 1 point, and that was in week 1. They certainly have the potential when it comes to individual skill, as you say. I think the thing that lets them down is their ability to actually call the rotations, play the map slightly smarter than other teams. They always seem to be on the back foot, and they always seem to just be a little bit behind everyone else. And that's because they were later to the party. They were more focused on playing those arenas. They weren't really a Battle Royale team, but they are slowly getting there, and they certainly do offer a lot of, terrifying nature about them when you do come into a 3v3 engagement. It's just not necessarily the strategy that they've got which will allow them to contest some of the big teams here in Pro League.
And speaking of big teams in Pro League, and speaking of big teams in Apex Legends, here is NRG as they're making their way right up to the northern tip of this circle, which is going to be closing in around 30 seconds time or so. So they're looking to rotate and see if they can maybe take residents at the northern side of Survey Camp and kind of work their way towards zone from there. It has been some travel for them, obviously landing a heck of a long way away over at staging. But for now, it's going to be a long way for them to continue traveling. As you can see, with 13 seconds left, they're going to scarper just inside of that zone, clear their backs, and make sure they're going to be safe. So NRG have got a long way to go still, Dan, but as we know, with the armors they've managed to pick up, they're going to be very dangerous when those fights break out on the edge of zone.
It is a long way, and sometimes when you have to travel a long way, you have to start communicating with one another. So let's see if there's any merry tunes being sang, or whether they'll be talking about whereabouts they'll be pushing on this map.
Well, uneventful.
We could wrap in the zone. Like, that might be really greasy. Like, what if we literally, like, you know, we could wrap the zone and ult into Climatizer if we want.
And do we just have all of Survey Camp? Yeah.
Where is everybody, bro?
Maybe everyone's already in Climatizer.
That's what I'm fearing. Is if we do anything in
maybe.
Climatizer, we have literally free territory out here.
There's a perp in there too. What the fuck's going on?
What gray ball here?
I have one.
All right, so we're
Is
safe.
this spot? Is there a team here?
I wanna check the building. Yeah, there is.
There's a guy in the rock. Careful. We're safe, like on me, but I mean, this could see us.
It's an Ash team. It's an Ash.
Is this the team holding the building? I think we play this and we try to listen for thirds down here.
Something good this way.
All right, I'm gonna make a stock real quick.
Oh, this isn't really good. If a team peeks us from here, that's bad.
So NRG, a little bit of trepidation in what they think is happening in the lobby. It seems like they've recognized that most of the teams have already made that rotation due to the lack of presence on this side of the map, Dan, but that just makes their next step a little bit harder. I think they're going to let the lobby kind of work itself out and find somewhere to play on edge a little bit later on.
I always like the call of, let's just play this area and listen for thirds, because you really can tell then a team is not confident they can get into a position where they feel they can win the game purely through a rotation. Instead, it's going to have to be aggression on edge of circle, it's going to have to be looking for those third parties, and maybe taking one of those positions away from a team who potentially has found something a little bit earlier. So NRG, it is a late rotation, they are going to be playing edge right now, they can be patient, and they'll just want the rest of the lobby to start dwindling away, so that when they do eventually push in, and they are forced to maybe take a fight, it's not going to be too difficult for them, and there's not going to be too many enemies just staring them down.
So for now, NRG are going to be safe. They're going to be comfortable, and they ain't going to be doing too much, as we say. So if we can jump over and see what else is happening around Climatizer, that's going to give us a little bit more action, as we see a couple of kills and a couple of knocks, I should say, going down in the feed. 19 squads still remaining, and Knights playing almost exactly the opposite side of World's Edge here, Dan, from what we've just seen from NRG. Azura's going to have to jump into the void here just to avoid that missile swarm for now. Stompy's is going to get a defensive bombardment knock onto Stink in the feed as well. Lazarus just here at Overlook. This is another area that I was thinking maybe we might have a bit of a zone pull. If you can hold this high ground and play it quite late, sometimes you do see that pull below onto the track. So I think that's where Lazarus are maybe banking on this late game being.
Remember, Lazarus were in the kill feed getting knocked by C9 a little bit earlier, but they've managed to get back up to a full 3, and I think you're right. I think that a lot of teams here are unsure where this pull is going to go. Obviously, people are making predictions, as they always do. Some people have more information than others, but it's why we're seeing a very stagnant moment in the lobby where everyone's kind of standing off one another. No one wants to be the first to engage. We've still got a full lobby of 19 squads. One team isn't entered today in Sheesh, so everyone's just saying, well, I don't want to be the first to cause a ruckus, because if I start, then someone else is going to finish, but maybe that's enough to start things. We talked about individual ability. Dimmy showing us what he can do with the wingman.
Taking down Monas now, working their way around edge and looking to hunt down any more of these players, but this is the definition of edge for them. Every single time they're stepping into that zone, they're taking a little bit of tick damage, but maybe in zone 3, the flank's going to come in now from Dimmy, but maybe getting a little bit thirsty there, just needs to calm down, needs to pop a battery to rehydrate, and that's the issue here, just a little bit of lack of coordination in that push, even with great shots coming in from Rani. All those players have to do is survive, even though he manages to drop behind one, and Can't quite get that knock. Dimmy down to 2 HP or so. Rani down to about 10. This is looking like a difficult fight to win here for Monas.
Well, Aiden the Destroyer did get a trade, and then Rani's got one of his own. I think another team may have got involved, and that's why everything got a little bit messy. And you really just have to try and retreat, get back up to full health, and hope that maybe Aiden the Destroyer can crawl his way out of this mess. He's desperately trying to, as there's bullets kind of raining down around him, as Lazarus also escaped their fight they're in. World's Edge starting to explode a little bit now.
Should do as well, because the zone is forcing people to fight, and we're seeing Knights involved in one of those fights. Joey's trying to look for a lot of players alive. Charlotte Phoenix now involved in a fight as well themselves. This one's a little bit different location here on World's Edge. It's the one we've been following for quite some time, as Hoagami is going to be the only player who is full HP for their team. Riki going to pop that battery to get the shields back, and then have to work on the syringes here. And with 50 seconds to go, and still some work to be done on getting towards zone. This is one fight that I don't think either team want to be elongated half as long as it is.
Yeah, Monos at least have got back up to 3. And after all of that battle, it's for nothing. All that's happened is both teams have depleted their resources. I guess maybe armors have been somewhat improved. If they were down at blues, they've made them purples. But Charlotte Phoenix still on the weaker end of that. They haven't been able to upgrade theirs as much. You're completely right. That timer starting to tick down. 20 seconds now until the circle's moving. And there's a long way to go. And I think Monos have got the advantage. They've been able to move first here. They don't want to worry about Charlotte Phoenix anymore. The main case is just getting into that circle and trying to avoid what is going to be several teams potentially gatekeeping here.
Charlotte Phoenix, the longer that they take on this rotation, the more difficult it's going to be. And with the bubble down early, and the charge rifle shots flying over their shoulders and just chipping away at the armors, it's going to be really, really tough for them to move. And it's going to be kind of a desperate scarper across the outfield here. And just kind of hoping they're not going to be taken down. That's not going to work for them, though. That's one player down at least, and it's Absolute Monarchy are just standing on top of the high ground here at Epicenter and just having the easiest job in the world of just picking up free kills.
All 3 dead. CLT just took a little bit too long. Charlotte Phoenix there. They were in an engagement for ages. Monas, they started the fight but couldn't finish the fight. The question is, did Monas escape? Whilst there was all that commotion happening above them, Monas may have just been able to transition themselves slightly left of the high ground. Probably still have something to work with. Down to 17 squads, so 2 eliminated as round 3 finally does close. And we get a further indication of now where this circle is moving towards.
Here's Knights, and you can see what I was talking about with that pull towards Overlook. That's where the zone has made its way to. When a lot of teams are making their way to Climatize, this is going to be really tough for teams to survive. Knights will survive, though. And knowing, like I said, that a lot of teams are over at the Climatizer side, you have to think they're going to have maybe just enough time to get a bubble down and get back up to full health. However, the third party might be starting to arrive. The third party is going to be Cloud9, and even though they have had a little bit of time to maybe solidify themselves, the damage being done by Albralale is allowing Naughty and Zach Mazer to move up. The knock will come in onto Joey, and C9 look to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, C9 should be able to clean this one up comfortably. It looks like it's just going to be an attempt at an escape, but Albralale says there is going to be no escapes happening right now. And they managed to get all of the spoils of war, not only from the knocks they were able to just find, but also from the previous. So they're going to be stacked, Cloud9. They're in a decent position as well when you look at where that circle is. They've got a nice, comfortable rotation into it on this far right-hand side. I guess there is a couple of teams that could maybe cause them a little bit of trouble, so they will have to plan it accordingly. You can't just aimlessly wander into the zone. But with this big rock being played on this left-hand side of them, it does give them the freedom to just sit on top of it, sit in one of those nooks and crannies if things get a little bit dicey.
Another fight breaking out here. Renegade struggling in the bubble fights for now, unless your name is Pow Pow. He's going to hit 2 big shots with the Mastiff to turn that fight on its head and give Renegades the win that they so desperately needed. However, there's another bubble down, and this is what happens when you've got multiple teams stacked up upon each other, and it's Monas, who somehow, Dan, not only survived in Fragment, have made themselves the third party now involved in this fight.
Yeah, they were able to duck around Absolute Monarchy, who were watching over. They killed off Charlotte Phoenix, and Monas used that, got away, potentially could have used a Valkyrie ultimate to get a little bit further, and to find a weakened team here to take down Pow Pow and the rest. Now means they can pick up a little bit of KP, also get the loot. Renegades will be a bit frustrated, and Mona's saying, well, we're going to have to Valkyrie ult once more as the route continues, but it's whether they can actually find another team who's going to be weak.
Hal is just beaming people. There's no other way to put it. It's revved up that rampage. And it's barking at the team who were in front of him. But Holst was there as well, doing some damage with the wingman. That's going to be lots of kills being picked up by TSM. Verholst with 2 to his name as well as 1 assist. And look at these shots coming in from Verholst. Wingman in hand. And kills in the other. TSM with this position, they've been here for so long, and now they're working on taking down some of the lobby as well. 8 squads now remaining, make that 7. Everybody getting involved with these fights.
Ghost get eliminated, Renegades get eliminated. I think we just saw NRG lose at least 2 players. They may have also got wiped as well, down to just 7. And TSM, they moved into this building ages ago, and they are playing the circles perfectly in these opening 2. Really impressed with how they've moved, really impressed with their knowledge of zones and how successfully they've been holding. C9 have been able to work their way into this one as well. So as this circle is going to get a little bit smaller, at least there's some room to play with only 7 squads remaining. We've seen circles like this with sometimes 10 to 15 squads. So with just 6 now, there's at least going to be a little bit of freedom in the next 40 seconds. But as that circle does close, this is going to be absolute carnage.
2 of our top teams from the last game find themselves in this one as well. One of them is the winners, of course, Legacy MX. I'm pretty sure I saw their names still alive. Cloud9 now making their way towards the backside of this zone. And with everyone in front of them, I tell you what, C9 might be on their way to win a game here if they can play this one a little bit more reserved than maybe they're usually known for. But yeah, you can see Jaguar is there over on the other side of the image we can see in front of us now. So Legacy MX still alive. Mona's also alive, and up on this high ground with Caustic Barrels being able to just deny all of the lines of sights onto them, as Exile was actually just managed to Kraber Imperial House. So now you're going to see TSM down to 2 for the time being.
And what a victory this could be for Monas. I mean, considering where they were on the map and how they were struggling. At one point, Aiden the Destroyer was down and out. They're last at the moment in Pro League. Absolute Monarchy watching on, and they're going to really be a thorn in the side of TSM here. That's going to be all dead. TSM eliminated the Kraber, putting that final nail in the coffin.
Oh my word! Exile put the Kraber to use, changing the game as we know that the weapon can. TSM felt the wrath of it. The team up on that high ground assigned to as well. Not being able to capitalize on it though. However, that nade is massive. Exile's going to be tempted, you can see, to hit the Jets and pop up to the high ground to finish off those kills. But with the Kraber in hand, I want to show some experience here. Got to be a little bit patient, make the most of this weapon, get the knocks that you can, and just deny the teams that might be able to get angles on you.
It was Monas that was above them, I'm fairly certain, as still this Kraber is going to have everyone shaking in their boots, knowing how much of an impact it could make. That could be you out of the lobby very quickly if you allow one of those bullets to connect with your head. So you've got to be careful, you've got to play it safe.
Here's the move coming in from Cloud9 as well. You can see that Albrelele got the knock onto Jaguares, so he's going to be knocked, unfortunately, and that will be KP. Maybe going once again to C9, but on top of the tower, it is Monas. You said that they've had a little bit of a struggle so far in the Pro League. Maybe this is the game where they turn things around. Flanker will get the re-knock onto Jaguares, so Legacy MX back down to 2 for now. C9 now starting to clean things up on Legacy MX, down to 4 teams now. Monas just got to be patient here. They still have that high ground, and they have the Caustic ultimate as well to play with.
Oh, no. And they're going to be sending it right here, right now. They know one's down. The shots come out from the R301. They should get the cleanup. They will get their cleanup. And Monas can armor swap because of it. Exile had that Kraber. That Kraber will now transition over to Monas if they want to use it.
Yeah, got a little bit worried there for Monas. They threw the Caustic ultimate down, just bounced off the top of that bubble. So the bubble wasn't quite as safe as they thought they would have been. Cloud9, though, still on the hunt on the edge of this zone. 3 squads now remaining, all dressed in red. Team Liquid trying to match them. Flanker on the Caustic, trying to put up some fortifications for them as the triple take shots are flying, but not connecting quite as yet.
Mona's down to just 2, so both Aiden the Destroyer and Dimmy are just trying to survive here, trying to rat out and maybe hope for a second position, similarly to what TSM were able to achieve in the last one. But Circle closing in is going to force these full 3 teams together, but first they've got to try and wipe out Monas.
Oh, 99 for Monas. A little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of a shake from Dimmy as well. Teammate trying to do what he can to keep him alive and allow him to bat. Liquid trying to hold off this push as well. Well, Monas are just doing so much damage to Liquid that maybe that's just going to open the door here for C9 to walk in and to clean things up. Fun with the Eva 8 in his hand, taking damage from the Storm. And the door is kicked down by Cloud9. They will be the winners here of game number 2.
it was just a mop-up crew in the end for Cloud9. As soon as they saw the amount of damage and what Monas were able to achieve, just how long Monas were able to survive against Liquid, I think that C9 knew that the victory was very much there within their grasp. It was just a matter of not choking, not missing your shots, and with a team like C9, you know that's not going to happen. And they've gone from being the first team to be eliminated in Game 1 to now winning Game 2, and it really does show how impressive every team is in this lobby, and also how close some of these North American teams are when they go toe-to-toe. I mean, Monas, I mentioned earlier, dead last in Pro League. They are 40th position, but they've just finished 3rd in this lobby. But it's all Cloud9. 12 placement points for first, 11 kills to go alongside it, a total of 23. That's a big game for them.
Yeah, really good for the confidence as well. If you didn't know, there's been a few swaps on who's playing which legend on Cloud9. Zach Mazer has been moved on to Gibraltar. I think Stay Naughty is actually on the Caustic, and Albrelele is on Valkyrie. So there's going to be, the movement ability of Albrelele on Valkyrie is going to be certainly something to watch for sure. But Team Liquid, a good performance from them in second place as well. Legacy MX up in that top 5 once again, Dan. I think TSM might feel a little bit hard done by because of the fact that, they just left themselves with one door to escape from. And the Kraber, unfortunately, was the bouncer at the door of the nightclub, so to speak, which is pretty difficult to get out of. But those are the breaks for TSM as they find themselves in 6th. Down in 10th, Renegades. They've had some pretty good performances so far as well. But C9 is classic C9, right? From putting 0 points on the board to putting 23 on the board inside of 2 games.
It shows that you can't expect, greatness in every single game, but if you do have those risks, if you take those risks, you are going to be rewarded for them eventually. Cloud9, they took a crazy fight in game number 1. They weren't rewarded for it. And then in game 2, they were still taking edge fights right from the start of the game. And they were able to now put up a really big game with 11 kills. You can see the damage there from the squad. Albrelele being the key to it. Just short of 2,000. 1 damage less than 2,000.
Not 2K, that would be, count.
That'd be annoying. Yeah, I'd be pretty annoyed with that. But I think that C9 now will be looking at this lobby saying, okay, I think this is here for the taking. When they went against each other, these two teams back in round 2, C9 dominated this lobby. They got 97 points in total, and they'll be wanting to try and do something similar.
I certainly will. By the way, Stay Naughty's got the most awesome name. Paris? That's Gazulis, I think it is. Oh, what a name that is. I mean, Zach Mazer's name is Zach Mazer. It's not quite as, all due respect, Zach, with the gamer tags and everything, it's not quite as surprising. But, I mean, a very impressive performance there from C9 to close things out. And one thing I kind of tried to highlight throughout that game is C9 are known for their aggression, Dan. This is the overall standings, and you can see the C9 have jumped up 17 places after that win. But I think the secret for C9 is knowing when to go and knowing when to just be a little bit slower with things, just kind of put their foot on the brake and just let the lobby play out in front of them.
They definitely could have been slower in game 1. I think they would have learned that lesson there, but at the same time, they're a team who doesn't really care. They want to take fights. They want to win those early engagements. The risk and reward is there. You get the loot. You manage to push your shield that little bit further, and you're just going to have so much to work with that you're going to feel sometimes untouchable with a lot of these edge fights. But they've made up for it, made up for that mistake in game 1. TSM, even though with a disappointing exit in 6th place or whatever it was, because they kind of got stuck in that building, the zone did kind of go away from them, and I think there was far too much focus from everyone else that it made it difficult for them to escape. They're still there in 3rd place. I think they'll be happy. As long as they are within touching distance of 1st, then they're going to be more than happy going through to all the way to game 6, because they know that TSM can have that big game, right? They've had 2 games they potentially could have won. They got to the later stages. If the Circle had played it correctly for them in that next one, maybe they could have actually pulled some more points off, but I think they'll be still happy with where they currently reside.
C9 take game number 2. Legacy MX is still on top, and we're going to have to see how game 3 pans out after we get back from this quick break. We'll see you in a sec for some more Pro League.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
After a slow start in game number 1, Cloud9 bounces back big in game number 2 with a monstrous performance. They put themselves at the top of the leaderboards overall, and we, of course, are getting ready for game number 3. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Glitter. Yeah, that C9 pick right now for yours. The lone solo C9 pick, not looking too bad, Glitter.
It's not too shabby. I mean, to be fair, this is very similar to what they did last time these two groups went head-to-head. Okay, they had a rough start in game 1, a 13th place finish, and then they won the next game. So they're kind of repeating that pattern right now. We heard Onset and Gaskin talking about how they're just so ready for that early game aggression, and that it's a 50-50 crapshoot. Is it going to work out in their favor, or is it going to punish them? It punishes them in game number 1. It works out in their favor in game number 2. So we'll see if they're able to continue that now after having a strong performance. But Legacy MX, I mean, I said they were a Cinderella story. It's happening. They had another strong performance here. They don't get the dub, but a top 5 finish. And this is what they need if they want to stay away from relegation.
Absolutely. Putting the Mexican Apex scene on the map right now, but they got to stay consistent. That's the important thing. Meanwhile, a lot of the top names you'd expect: TSM, Renegades, Team Liquid, rounding out the top 5. Ghost Gaming, NRG, Noble, a couple of the teams on the right side that you would expect to maybe be in that top 10. We'll see how they will fare in game number 3 as we get ready to load in. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Apex Legends Pro League. This is the second to last day of Pro League competition in this double round robin competition, which means every team will play each other 6 times total with 6 total match days. This is match day number 5 for a 4-group total, as we, of course, are getting ready. Match day number 7 for an 8-group or 8-match total as we're getting ready to round it out. This is the last weekend of Pro League competition here. Last chance to break into the top 20 to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it has flown by, and now that we are at the end of everything, there's just that much more pressure on the shoulders of so many of the teams that need to perform. And whether that is them trying to get into a playoff position or them just trying to not get relegated, because we're watching squads in both situations battling it out tooth and nail.
Yeah, let's take a look at highlights from game number 2 here, but we get game number 3 started. Renegades, big fight towards mid-bridge. That was against Farmer Lucas and the Noble squad. They came out on top. It's the second time in a row we've seen them fight against Noble, so that's been a key storyline and key matchup is Renegades versus Noble. Meanwhile, Kraber work put to action here from AM Motors, the team that started off playing on console, made the switch to PC in Season 7. Well, they did a good job finishing off the Absolute Monarchy squad, making them look silly for trying to push after that Kraber shot. Meanwhile, it was all Cloud9 all day in the late game. They took out Legacy, the champions, from game number 1 before finally cleaning up the rest of the lobby here and being your champions of game number 2. Glitter.
Yeah, they honestly played their positioning in that end game so well. Once they were able to pick off a couple of those players on Legacy MX, they backed off. There was the 2 remaining players up against the Liquid squad. They let them deal some damage. They were bouncing in and out of the rings. They were taking a little bit additional damage here and there, and they pushed at the perfect time to make sure that they ensured their win in that second game. And that's the Cloud9 that I was hoping for here today.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can continue to play at that same Cloud9 caliber that we expect from them as the last week or so, especially. Again, we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, but they won the Knights Cup earlier this week over teams like TSM and Esports Arena. They've been looking really solid. I know Zach Mazur was confident coming into the competition today, and so far off to a solid start here after game number 2. But the big question mark for me, 2 things. Ghost Gaming, when their debut of I Madness, former champion on the CLG squad, how will they fare? Currently in 10th or 11th place. And then there's NRG, a team that fights and packs an absolute punch when they're on all cylinders. However, sometimes they're a little bit more quiet right now, faring more for the latter. So we'll see if NRG can really turn it up, dropping staging. We know what they're capable of. That roster of Sweet Dreams, Rocker, and Nathan, so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, no, I like both of those callouts because both of those squads haven't really done super well in the placement points. Even when they go out early, though, they are getting some KP on the board for themselves. So even with those slower starts, we can see like those glimpses of the potential aggression that, especially NRG, that we know they're capable of. So I'm hoping that they can pick it up in the second half of today as we're heading into the halfway point here in game number 3 of the day. But there will be a point of no return where if the heavy hitters like NRG aren't point sponging a lot of those points at the top of the leaderboard, the teams like the Legacy MXs, the teams that are on the bubble, this is the perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of that.
Yeah, a significant opportunity for those squads, undoubtedly. And again, apologies y'all for the slight delay here. Gameplay will be starting in about 30 seconds, as we're going to jump in right in. In the meantime, I had a chance to catch up a little bit with Verholst. We heard some words from Verholst, but I had a chance to catch up with him and hear from his perspective. There's been a lot of talk about him, but from his perspective, what makes him different? He said, you know what, Fallout, I like to outplay versus out-aim. A lot of people think because I play on controller, I'm always trying to out-aim someone and outshoot someone. No, my style of play is surgical, it's methodical, it's outplay over out-aim, which I think is a really, really good way to kind of explain how he plays. Very, very smart and calculated player, and I don't think he gets that recognition just yet. Obviously, now he's playing with Hal and reps, I'm sure he will.
I love that description of his gameplay. When you said surgical, I was like, that is such a good way to explain the way that he plays. I mean, obviously, he's clearly mechanically fantastic. That's never a question. But the fact that he feels like his gameplay is more focused on the strategy side of things is huge in a game like Apex Legends.
That's right. And you know what's also interesting about this squad is TSM versus ESA. ESA is a hard edge fighting team. They love to pick fights on edge. A lot of controller players in that squad, very, very strong. And all three of them were kind of IGLs, co-IGLs. They didn't really have one clear IGL, whereas TSM likes to play hard zone, early rotate, and obviously Hal is the one IGL in this team. So that's a slight adjustment. And that was a big question mark for Verholst coming in, is how will he adjust to this new squad? He's obviously playing a familiar legend in Valkyrie. So far, so good for them. As we jump on board, though, with TSM dropping on the north side of the map over in Climatizer. They are able to get Climatizer with pretty much not a whole lot of contention. They have one team, Prodigy Aces, Castellos, and Senpai dropping an Epicenter and Survey Camp, but it's a pretty slow north side, whereas in EMEA we saw 13 teams drop on the north side of the map. Now it's a more even split. We got 9 teams dropping north and 11 teams dropping south, Glitter.
That, you know what, that feels like a much nicer split, because I was really, really shocked when we had such a north-heavy split there in the EMEA region. But Cloud9 instantly landing in, and you're talking about where they're landing here, Fallout, and that is about as far south as the zone can possibly get for these teams. So a southern pull here onto Dome, that is going to mean a long, long rotate there for Cloud9 all the way up there at Climatizer. But those teams down there in the south are very excited about this right now.
Yeah, and that's even particularly difficult because they are one of the few teams that don't run Valkyrie, right? They run Bloodhound, Ashe, and Gibraltar, so that means they don't really got a whole lot in terms of rotations. You know, Wraith was obviously decent for that. Quick rotations with Wraith portals, and that's kind of your mobilized. You could use to pop an ultimate to kind of get an upper hand in fights, but not necessarily for heavy rotations. As we see TSM, on the other hand, fast rotate. This is exactly what we were talking about. They are a hard zone team, which means they rotate as quick as possible to zone. This time, they're going to have 2 blue shields, pretty well looted. That TSM makes their rotation. Last time we saw a southern zone, Cloud9 got taken out in Geyser on the rotation. We'll see if they fare better this time.
Yeah, I think that they're better prepared this time around as they're making their rotation through the exact same path. You guys can see that Noble is also off in the distance in that direction. I think TSM has found their groove. I mean, we haven't seen them get the win yet, but they've just been so confident and they've looked so solid immediately off of the get-go that I think they're going to end up finishing out the day incredibly, incredibly well for themselves. And I would honestly love to hear how they're feeling now after the roster change.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And they're also going to find themselves a blue shield and Geyser on the rotate, because the team that drops Geyser, it's Noble. They actually split their drop. They have 1 drop in Geyser, 1 drop in No Name right above Lava Siphon, and they have 1 drop inside the cave between No Name or Respawn Village right outside of Fragment East and the Geyser. So they like to do a wide split, get as much loot as possible, but that means they're not going to be able to loot everything. And when you want to rotate early because these southern zones, you're going to leave some loot behind, which means TSM picks up a blue shield on the rotate, which is great. We talked about that last time, right? Teams will either play fast rotate and will not necessarily loot everything, or they'll take their time, like Cloud9, who is going to sit Climatizer for the next minute or so and make sure everything is looted.
Yeah, we can see Renegades is right there on the edge of this zone, just making their way in to find a position for themselves, nice and comfortable over in launch site. Now, Renegades, I feel like we've seen some really, really solid aggression out of them so far today, and it's been really enjoyable. I mean, definitely it slowed down a little bit, not just with Renegades, but I think for the entire game there in game 2, we saw a lot of early game action in the first game off the jump, and then things kind of calmed down a little bit. But here in this third game, I'm hoping that Renegades can actually have a really solid, maybe like a top 3 finish for themselves.
Yep. We'll see how they fare. Renegades doing solid in terms of overall standings in the grand scheme of things. They're in 10th place right now, and top 20 does qualify. We just saw a quick scan of that. The top 2 teams in North America, well, that's ESA and Sentinels. They're not playing today. They're going to be playing tomorrow. And, of course, on Sunday, we will have our last day of group action, so make sure to check out all the action this weekend. It's a weekend full of Apex Legends, our last weekend of Pro League regular season play before the playoffs as we take a look at TSM FTX right now. Wanted to Valcult, deciding, you know what, let's just work our way to Lava City, and we can use this beacon if we need to a little bit later, get some more intel, and let's get some nice positioning here. That's where TSM ends up decides to end up.
Yeah, I mean, they did see a couple of those players before they went for that Valcult ult. I think they were just kind of scouting out the situation a little bit. They know that they're obviously safe where they are right now, and they got in there very, very early. So they're just trying to figure out exactly how they want to handle that final push into that dome area. But now we're back on with Liquid. And Liquid had a phenomenal last game.
Yeah, they did. They had a very solid game, number 2. They're obviously having to rotate. Pretty max type of rotation coming from the Trials, or north side of the map, where Solo Q Goats drops in the EMEA side of things. So this is a pretty long rotation for them. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen and see how they decide to rotate.
I might die here. Spin like you've never spinned before. Make sure you emote. We can land Alpha. Okay. You have a Phoenix? Yes. Here, Phoenix on the floor.
Phoenix kid here.
If you see it on the rotate, I need energy mag barrel, a sight, or digi if you see it. I'm gonna go take that arc star. Alright. Team flying to our south. Yep. Let's look to go. No one over. Energy ammo.
I'll start here.
1 to 2 and a battery.
Optics here. Close range.
You need a 1 2? No, we're good. We're good. Oh, no. Clearing. More energy ammo. Sell.
Shield cell here.
Arc star here. Frag grenade here.
And some comms for Team Liquid is they pretty much, Lauren and I were just talking, free rotation for them and some loot rewarded along the way.
Yeah, that was a pretty relaxing rotation for them. They did not have to worry about anything or, dead side, unlooted areas. And they've been trying to clear places out and make sure that they're not running into any squads, but there is no one to be found along this entire path. So Liquid is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what happens, right, when you play a dead side rotation. It wouldn't be a broadcast with me casting if I didn't explain what dead side is, which I think is important for folks that are watching right now wanting to improve their gameplay. Dead side is the side of the ring that is basically dead, that is less likely to have teams or players on it, and that's what Team Liquid's doing right now. They took the far west and south rotation, which is why that rotation was pretty much free for them. You hardly see teams, especially in Platinum, Diamond level play and ranked, play dead side of the circle. And it's so important. You get basically free rotations like we saw from Team Liquid right there. Meanwhile, TSM does get that intel, like I previewed kind of a little bit ago. They used that high ground and that positioning in Lava City to find out where the next zone is going to be, and they wish they would have had that rotation earlier. They weren't fast enough because guess what? Another team is already holding that, so we'll see how TSM decides to play this.
Yeah, they know that there are a lot of squads in the surrounding area that you can see how many teams have already set up in Dome, which is going to not only make the rotation harder, but obviously leave very little other place to occupy for the teams that are making those late rotations into the zone, which means all these arrows that you see not only on the outskirts of the green zone, but of the older white zone, they're all going to have a lot of fighting that they have to do as they push in.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. And most teams, this is a pretty familiar zone. Most teams know that this ring is going to pull further southeast, and that's why you saw TSM on that Valkyrie earlier about 3 minutes ago want to get into Dome, but got stopped by a few teams that were already there and were gatekeeping them. So this lobby, a lot of these teams competing are very much so fast zone rotate teams. You don't have teams like ESA and G2 and Complexity that like to play edge, that like to play hard edge and hard fight. So that's why you're seeing so many teams rotate early and a lot of that real estate already occupied.
Yeah, we're watching Absolute Monarchy now. You can see that they know that there is a squad across the way in that doorway that they keep checking. There's also bubbles out over there. Some charge rifle shots are going to be fired to see if they can deal some damage. But Absolute Monarchy has been picking up their aggression throughout the day. So we're going to see if they're able to continue that upward trend throughout the rest of our games. Now checking in with E8 as they're making their Valkyrie rotate into the zone, trying to be as safe as they can, and they do land without having to worry about too much damage, but they did notice some tracers behind them as they made that fly path on in, so they're going to have to keep their eyes peeled for those teams.
Yeah, and as they clear out this building, I got to circle back here for a second. Did you say there's some bubbles? Were you just calling it the lava bubbles across map? That's some next level commentary, unless I misheard that, but there were indeed lava bubbles. That was some next level description.
No, there was a Gibby bubble.
There's a Gibby bubble. Okay, I saw some lava bubbles popping up in Dome. Like, is she giving us a visual description of the lava bubble?
Yeah,
right
it's
now?
landscape commentary. It's a new thing.
Landscape commentary, some visuals, you know. Sometimes it's needed. All right, I feel better now. Meanwhile, Team Liquid still playing dead side. They rotated all the way through Tree for free and quite literally on World's Edge right now, as they have a ton of pressure, and this is going to be difficult for them. Finding themselves a really good rat spot, and there's a team right in front of them that's Premier that's going to be gatekeeping them. But let's see how Team Liquid plays this. Crypto Drone's going to be taken out there, and they will have a chance to continue this rotate.
They have a couple options here for how they can get out of the situation, but there is that one squad, like you're saying, Premier doesn't know exactly where they are, so they will be very much paid attention to as we check back in with TSM, who is just barely inside of the current ring, but will need to continue once the next ring does start closing down. They know that there are some squads at their back that they're trying to keep their focus on right now, but moving forward, they might find themselves in a pinch situation if they aren't able to clear these individual players out.
Yeah, so the ring's going to be closing in here in about 15 seconds, as you see, and then we, of course, are going to have about 2.5 minutes until the next ring closes, and TSM will be forced to make that rotation. They will be one of the many teams here that are going to be in such a difficult spot. So I'd love to jump in to maybe an extended listen-in with TSM here and see how they decide to play this rotation.
Spam ping where we're landing.
In the back of the building of the beacon, where the beacon building is in the back. Use your animations, use your animations. The back of this building here. Put your traps on the every angle.
Left side of the building. Oh, my boosters got activated.
Yep. Yeah, mine too.
Left side of the building.
Yes, left side. Put traps on the doors. You gotta put traps on the doors and shit.
I can't get on the door. I cannot get onto the door. There's a team.
Where are we moving?
We have to move. We have to go.
No, we can't. No, we don't have to. We don't have to. We can shoot them. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here to me. 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 Put traps down everywhere. As soon as you have them, throw them.
I am, bro. I am.
One slow left. Dodging that.
We're fine. We're fine.
Out the hill.
Great Q here.
Getting shot in the ass.
We're fine. They don't have a caustic
On top of us! On top of us! On top of us!
They're gonna get shot in the back. They're getting shit on. On the roof. Nade. Back to me. Back to me. Come to me. I'm bubbling again. He's right there, right above us.
I need it again.
Toss the jump down if you can.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
The Costa got us.
That's ours.
I'm going to die here, I think.
We're fine here. We're fine here.
Marking that team.
Phoenix. I'm safe right now. I'm popping a Phoenix. After my Phoenix, I'll get traps down.
I got stuck. Watch me.
Put traps down. Keep putting traps down.
Holding left.
Soon. 4 seconds. 4 seconds.
They swung and looked under the side right here.
Just heal. Just heal. I'm playing the other side. We're fine for now. I'm safe here too. I'm really good spot here. They left this spot. I'm getting longbowed, but we're good.
No, I'm going back then.
There's arcs back there. They're shooting.
I'm 64 heavy. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going back.
Dropping 30.
Peeking over.
We were fine. Just it's fine. It's fine. Just.
Block me.
You gotta stop blocking with that.
I can't. I have to get traps down for our LOS. I'm going to die. I'm dead now.
What's Bub at?
I'm bubbling in.
I'm getting 5 cells after I heal.
Do you have Costico yet?
No.
We have to make a play, I think. Inside the building. I stuck the Jimmy inside! I stuck the Jimmy inside! I hit him too! We gotta go! We gotta go inside! We gotta go inside!
At the heal, at the heal.
1 or 2 on the blood! Where are you guys? Fight together, guys. Come on.
Hey, alive, Earl. Stay alive. Oh, fuck. That was bad call, bad call.
And Lauren, that was the most stressful listening I think the two of us have ever listened to in our esports career. But ultimately, it is going to be TSM in a tough position, doing everything that they can, and they get taken out early.
There were just teams at every possible angle surrounding TSM, but they managed to make that position work for an insane amount of time. And the damage that we saw Verhulst put out at the end there as he was trying to push his way back into the building was crazy. I can't believe they honestly survived for as long as they did. Huge shout out to TSM, but in the end they do go down. NRG being that team that was across the way and dealing a lot of poke damage and being very annoying the entire time, kind of being a thorn in the side of TSM while they were trying to hold some of those positions. But now checking in with Cloud9, who looks like they're taking out some Ghost players.
Yeah, we didn't catch Cloud9's rotation, but you know they are an edge team. They actually had a max rotation, and they've been content just being on the edge of this ring, not feeling the need like TSM to force that rotate into that position, which put them in such a difficult spot. Instead, they're comfortable just riding the zone in, slow walking it, taking fights along the way. Obviously, when you have Bloodhound and that team composition, that's the way you want to play that. TSM playing their team comp well with Caustic there, but it does end up costing them as they get taken out. Meanwhile, it's the other TSM member, it's Albert Lely, still part of that TSM Oregon, signed with C9, who find themselves in a good spot.
Yeah, we can see that they recognize that they're pinched in a scenario they don't want to be in between those two teams, so they decide to go for the rotate and see if they can get somewhere a little bit safer. Are they choosing the same building that all of that action just went down at? They are going to the building that TSM just died at, as well as all those other squads, and we're going to see how this goes for them now.
Yeah, clearly cut from the same cloth as Albert Lely from his former teammates in TSM. They're going to take the same exact positioning, opposite side of the building though, which gives them cover on both sides. Perhaps that would have been the magic answer for the former squad. Meanwhile, Team Liquid is going to do the same exact thing. They're going to drop on that same building. Charlotte Phoenix find themselves in a fight. NRG is mopping the floor right now, cleaning up kills. NRG is also the kill leader. It's Sweet with 3.
NRG has found themselves in such a good spot outside of all of the chaos that's been going on directly inside of Dome that they've been able to pick up a lot of kills, a lot of damage in their time spent at this position. So this is huge for NRG. We were wondering if they were going to be able to pick it up here coming into this game. It seems like they are. Now checking back in with Cloud9 to see how this rotation ends up treating them. And they're literally now in the exact same position that TSM was in, and potentially going up against NRG in the same way.
Yeah, well, NRG gets to run it back, do the same exact thing, and say, all right, that was just practice. Let's do it again. Let's just poke and poke and poke and stay patient. And ultimately, they're going to have the Wraith ultimate back to be able to sneak in if they want to push that, and then a Wraith ult back into safety. So we'll see how NRG plays this, if they play it the same way. But this time, they got a team to their right they're going to keep a close eye on. Nice job from Sweet, just getting the recon, getting the intel, and keeping them at bay.
And if you guys notice, when we just took a look at that top down there, there are so many teams on the western portion of buildings in Dome, all just kind of waiting while all the squads on this side are battling out, picking each other off. We're down to 10 squads, but that other building does not feel like it's seeing a fraction as much of action as this side is.
So he's got to take a moment to take a breath and let the game breathe as well, because this game has just been insane. Like we said, one of the most stressful incidents we've heard, but finally we get a moment of respite here as things will slow down a little bit with Absolute Monarchy. In zone, in a good spot. That's one of the teams that got favored and got rewarded for rotating early as this AM squad drops over in Lava City. So not a whole lot of rotation that they had to make. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, Valkyrie taking the skies again. It's going to be Nocturnal dropping in a pretty good spot. They're going to ape a team here. Drops right on top of one and they bully them right off.
Liquid trying to get themselves a solid spot on high right now and running into a little bit of pressure with all of those teams that were also up there, but then down below. People know where they are. NRG's trying to do some poke damage from this outside position that has been working out so well for them this entire time. Absolute Monarchy now stuck inside the building, having to fight everyone inside. They're down to Exile, and he is able to clutch up for the squad and get these reses.
Yeah, that's Legacy, their first place team right now that gets taken out. So surely we'll have a new leader as a result of this. Will it be C9, who is still alive? You see them at the bottom left of your screen right there, right outside of the action. Meanwhile, NRG has just been having a field day, a farm day. They're absolutely cleaning up right now with people on high ground. All game long, that's all they've had to do. And I'm surprised they're not out of ammo while they've been able to loot back up from loot boxes. Because for NRG, it's been pretty easy.
NRG has honestly just been having the game that they needed right now. Every time you think they might be in trouble, they manage to escape, and they are just continuously picking off these squads with ease, especially with the cover that they have. Cloud9, though, still in that spot that TSM was hoping to make work for themselves as they're trying to chip away at all the teams that are around them, dropping down to that low ground while still taking damage from NRG, and this might be where they're unable to continue fending these teams off. The res is able to come out, though. I think they just need to move towards the inside of where they are.
Yeah, there you go. Sweet gets one. Sweet gets a second. He's not done yet. Kill leader of the lobby. He's about to get a third. That's a triple kill for Sweet, making it look so simple right now as he lights up the kill board with 6 kills for Sweet. And that is why Wraith is still so important in meta. A lot of teams have dropped Wraith in their team comp, but the way that they've been able to play this Wraith to perfection has allowed them to get a 10+ kill game, and they're still counting.
I mean, it was like NRG set up some lawn chairs and they were just shooting fish in a barrel at this point. Every single team that has been there, they've been able to pick off, but they took the spot that has failed every other team, and then it ends up doing them the same disservice. Why? Why?
And that is the 40th place team in Pro League, taking out the 3rd place team. That's Moaners, who drops in Dome, by the way. So they've been just chilling right now in a favorable spot. Meanwhile, Absolute Monarchy took out Legacy a little bit ago. They're going to take out Moaners right after. The team that drops Lava City just east and north is going to be alive and well. And Absolute Monarchy, he did an absolutely great performance today, and they're getting it.
Said that they were picking up their aggression from game to game, and it looks like they're trying to continue on that trend here. This team has managed to escape quite a few skirmishes with their lives, and it's paying off in spades right now. They are now the next team to move into that outside building position, except this time around, it is working out for them. They do lose one player, but the other two seem okay as far as their current health situation goes.
So here we go. It's Torrent Hill. Someone's on high ground on that cylinder. I think that might be another member of Lazarus. Yes, it is dropping down. It's going to be Dank, the last alive here. A rat trying to survive. Absolute Monarchy down to 2. So we have an insane finish here, but Premier is in the best position on high ground. They take out a flying Valkyrie like right out of the air here, and simply enough, Premier GG will be your champions of game number 3.
You know, and I felt like we were watching them as soon as we were doing that TSM listen in, and TSM rotated over, because I even asked you, I was like, wait, I think, is that Premier in there? We couldn't tell. But they held that building the entire end game, peeked out at the right times, got on top of the building when they needed to, and they're able to clutch out the 3rd game of the day.
That's right. Goes to show early rotate, especially in that southeast zone, is so important. I mean, that's a historic zone. That's the same zone we saw TSM win their 5th back-to-back championship with. And it's because of that exact same formula here a year and a half later. Early rotate, find the best position, and find success. And that's what Premier is able to do right there. Absolute Monarchy did the same thing. Moners did the same thing in 5th place. And I got to say, kudos, however, to Premier, who had to make a pretty far rotation in the grand scheme of things, I believe earlier from the north side of the map, or somewhere on the north side of the map is I think where they drop. I can't remember exactly. Maybe Harvester, as they had to make a decent rotation alongside some other squads. In the end, they're going to be rewarded with 18 points, but the points are pretty well distributed here.
Yeah, but look how top heavy the kills are, though. I mean, once you get to 10th place, you're either seeing none or 1 because so many of those squads up top managed to soak those up. I mean, Moners, you talked about Moners having a solid performance. They got 7 kills. NRG, they don't get those placement points, but they were picking everybody off from the outside and end up with 8 kills themselves. Absolute Monarchy still picking up that aggression, 9 kills. I mean, these were huge performances out of some of these squads.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously after game 3 means we'll be bringing Kate back here in just a moment to take a look at the overall standings. I'm excited to do that because Cloud9 didn't do great that game. Legacy didn't do great that game. So that means the standings are going to be shaken up. But first things first, we got to give some respect to Hill, the former member of Torrent, gets replaced on that Torrent squad, but still performs very, very well with his premier squad here. You see him with 1,700 damage on Crypto. You don't see a lot of Crypto anymore in current meta. Hill's still making it look good.
Yeah, no, this was a solid performance across the board for all 3 of these players. I mean, 1,300 damage on Crook, almost 1,000 damage on Ronnie. So this was most certainly a team effort, but we talked about it. They were able to get there so early that they didn't have to do as much damage as some of those other squads who were trying to fight their way into the zone.
That's right. And it was decently easy rotation for them from Harvester. It's not a whole lot of land to traverse. As I mentioned it earlier, we're going to be bringing Kate back after game 3. Well, let's go ahead and welcome Kate back to the desk here so we can take a look at the overall standings and break down what she has seen so far.
Well, thank you kindly. Appreciate it very much. Let's start off with this question here, because one of the things I loved about the first 3 games are the grab bag of zone polls, right? The reality is that we had some real far south, we had some north. It was excellent. And it's something that kind of keeps that variety, keeps that spice of life coming and going. My first question, Paul, let's start with you. As we've seen in these highlights, those zone polls, various impacts on our lobby. Which teams have we seen fare the best no matter the poll?
Well, I just want to start by saying, call me a happy caster, because we've had some great zones in this series so far, right? We've had some diversity, south and north and south. The 2 southern zones have been different each time. So I like what we've seen so far in terms of zone polls, in terms of which teams have found the best and, maybe luck, if you will, or have fared the best. Well, Legacy, I think, has been the most consistent, placing top 1 and then top 5, and I think top 10 in that game. Obviously, the 2 southern zones certainly helped them, but I gotta say, Legacy's been doing a really, really good job. Really been surprising. Glitter, what about you? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree on Legacy. Also, I think quietly consistent team is actually Lazarus as well. They haven't been super, super high on their kills, but they've been in a top 6, top 7 spot with some kills every single game so far. So they're not the flashiest team right now, but they're putting up a decent amount of points every single time.
I love that's the way you put it. They're not the flashiest team, right? But they get the job done. Let's talk a little bit about it. Since we talked about the zone polls, I want to transition, I want to rotate, if you will, into the discussion of fast rotate versus slow. We saw C9, known for that measured pace. We saw TSM, known for that quick rotate. And of course, we've had some incredible pop-off moments from other teams, but those 2 in particular seem to be showcasing a very different kind of game style. Glitter, talk to me a little bit about the virtues of those approaches here as we take a look at Cloud9 really just doing business.
Yeah, I mean, this was obviously that second game that Cloud9 was able to win, but I mean, we saw just how beneficial and how detrimental both of those strategies can be in separate games from both of those teams. It's actually kind of crazy. I mean, you saw in the first game how Cloud9 was making that early push on the edge in the first game. It didn't work out for them, and then the second game, it did. It played fantastically in their favor. TSM tries to go for the early rotate into Dome in this game, and they can't get it, and when they're forced into that later rotate, that's when we get that crazy extended listen in where they're forced into a situation between like 6 other squads, and it ends up being rough. And honestly, I think had they made that early rotate like you were saying while we were watching Fallout, I think that they wouldn't have been in that same hectic situation.
Yeah, it's great point. It goes to show the importance of, especially if that's the way you decide to play, that's your style of play, which is zone heavy, rotating so fast. Meanwhile, we saw NRG, they found themselves in such a good position. They just swung on over, speaking of fast rotates, from staging, were the first team to rotate to the very, very southeastmost area on the map and were handsomely rewarded with 8 kills. Didn't end up getting the top 3 finish that they wanted, I'm sure, but were able to clean up as a result. And speaking of clean up, it was Premier GG just cleaning up the lobby here at the end. We saw that flying Valkyrie here like a bird in the sky. It was Ronnie going hunting, and Premier was able to clean the entire lobby up and take home a first-place finish in match number 3, Kate.
Ooh, a clean lobby. Gotta love it. Well, let's talk a little bit about one last thing I want to mention as we take a look at these leaderboards, which I'll mention later. That's a little tease for what I'll be talking about later. But anyway, let's talk about this. Glitter, that is 7 up for Lazarus. But guess what? Monarchy says, no, friend. We got 32.
Yeah, honestly, this is so much closer than I thought it was going to be. The fact that first and second are tied, but first through 5th are only separated by 5 points. And it doesn't get much better moving down the list from there. This is so much closer. And with different squads right now, halfway through the day, that I think any of us would have anticipated.
100%. And I'm looking at the likes of Fallout. I'm looking at the likes of Ghost Gaming, the NRGs, those teams that were in the site here for so many who have not popped off the way that some of these lesser known, some of these not quite in that left side of the leaderboard spotlight are really showcasing, which is something we saw in EMEA just hours ago.
Yeah, that's right. And then one team I want to also say it's kind of in that same category is Lazarus, currently in first place, in 24th place in the overall standings, though. So they are that fringe team that needed a big performance this weekend to make it into the playoffs. And just like I know we talk about that often, so often that it almost becomes less meaningful because it is so important to understand. The top 20 teams as a result of Pro League this weekend will play in the playoffs for their chance at hundreds of thousands of dollars in prize pool. It's significant. Lazarus in 24th place. If they can stay in first, they'll get 12 points and they'll be in the top 10. That is huge, Kate.
We have a lot of drama, a lot of pressure, and a lot of action here on the line. And a great way to follow along with all of that is on our socials. That would start over on our Twitters. That's at Play Apex Esports. We're on YouTube. You might be watching us from there at Play Apex Esports on YouTube. And of course, twitch.tv/Play Apex. And hey, if you want to be a part of this very program, make sure to use the hashtag ALGS as we tweet at us. Tell us who you got, which team comp you're looking at, who you main. We want to know it all, and we want you to be part of that conversation. So use that hashtag ALGS on Twitter right now. So thank you so much. Hey, listen, we are getting right back into the action. We are knee deep. We're going to game 6. This is just game 3. So game 4, right around the corner. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. North America continuing to impress everyone who's watching at the moment. And another winner in our Game 3 of the day. But now we get to go to Game 4, Dan, because that is, as always, what comes after Game 3. We're past that halfway mark in the day. Who's been impressing you most, though? Because I haven't spoken to you for a few moments. I want to know what your thoughts are.
Your maths is really impressing me. The fact you know
better.
that 4 comes after 3.
Getting better.
I don't know if a mark of 2 weeks ago would have got that one, but you're still on the ball. Who's been impressing me? I mean, I think Absolute Monarchy have kind of gone under the radar a little bit. We've been focusing so many other teams, but the fact they've been silently going about their business, some of their holds have been so successful in terms of gatekeeping other teams. Like we saw at points, people trying to escape Fragment and them just obliterating them as they moved. But you've got to talk about Lazarus. The fact that they're also top 7 position changes after that last game. We talk about the Cloud9s, we talk about TSM, but it's kind of the underdogs who seem to be showing up in the lobby today. I know we're only halfway through, so that can very quickly change, but those two teams alongside Legacy MX, those have been the big impressors. And I'm not just saying that because they're top, but I think they're above teams that would be expected to be beating them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that consistency from them has been very impressive. Obviously, the big performance from Lazarus jumps them up 7 places. The same can be said for Premier GG. They are also jumping up 7 places into 5th place overall. But I think as we stop and we kind of look back on those first 3 games and you see the reflection in the scores there, this is still very much anyone's game, Dan. You've got 2 teams tied up on 30 points, and then it's just a couple of points separating the whole lobby. There hasn't been any point sponges, as we call them, at the top of the leaderboard who are just kind of popping off and picking up all the kills in the lobby and picking up huge placements as well. So 3 games to go. It really is all to play for, as cliched as that does sound.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned about the likes of TSM, Cloud9. As long as they can stay within a distance of first place, then they're still going to be confident they could win this week, because they are the teams who are more likely to have those big pop-off games. We've not seen the huge outslaying games where everyone's just getting 12 to 15 kills. It's not happened as often as maybe other groups. And that is why we're seeing such a closely contested group. And I think that's good for the lobby. I think that everyone's going to play that little bit more careful. Everyone's going to be that little bit more hesitant to push into early fights. And because of that, we're going to get more teams still alive as we get to the later circles. And you, as well as I, we prefer those circles. We prefer those strategical masterclasses that have to come in to try and navigate your way through World's Edge to try and get to the last circle.
Here we go then. Game 4 is live. You can see the players falling through the skies towards World's Edge, as we are now extremely used to seeing. And the team that I've got my eye on in this lobby is NRG, because in that last game they started to show some moments of brilliance that we know they are more than capable of. But it just was that end game which kind of let them down a little bit, which is always surprising to say with NRG. That seems to me to be one of their strengths historically, just navigating that end game, but it hasn't quite worked for them today, although they are still, we should keep in mind, within striking distance of those top places.
Yeah, and as long as they are in striking distance, I think they'll feel somewhat comfortable. But it was Premier GG coming out on top of things in the previous game, and they would love to replicate that. No one able to string 2 wins together yet. It's been a different winner every single time, even though a nice early start for Legacy MX. They weren't really able to replicate it. Even with some consistent finishes, it hasn't been the big first place finish. As we see our first circle, it is going to be heading down south, so we're going towards the areas of Lava Siphon, just between Thermal Station and Lava Siphon as well. So that bridge right in between it is going to be dead center circle for now. Areas of Harvester will be played for quite some time as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, a little bit of tree, some of those northern buildings, or most northern buildings from tree, maybe teams will try and play, but I think you're right, a lot of teams are going to be fighting for a little bit of control of that bridge. Maybe the tunnel as well, just to the north of that, where you can kind of clear your back, which is always a good thing to do when those zones do start to close. But Premier GG, like Fallout and Glitter was saying in the last game, just did a really good job of firstly getting into what was going to be the end game spot from Harvester, but then also holding it down. It's something which kind of gets overlooked a lot of the time, Dan. It's so difficult to actually hold down a strong position, do the damage you need to be strong enough as a team, as far as your armors are concerned, as far as confidence, and just holding off teams who are all going to be fighting you essentially the entire game to take that property off of you. It's something that they did so well.
Especially in a Valkyrie meta, right, where people can pretty much dive onto those priority positions and they can try and take them away from you, and often you're not just fighting off one team, you're fighting off 2 or 3. They just all start flooding one after another, because when one Valkyrie team sees that another Valkyrie team is trying to land on you, they can actually try and third party you, and that party can suddenly get a little bit overcrowded, and you wish you'd never invited anyone and you just stayed in with a cup of tea and watched a little bit of Netflix.
Well, Team Liquid, they're going to be looking to put some points on the board, as is everyone. I know it's a very stupid thing to say sometimes, but they will need a few points if they want to throw themselves up the leaderboards in the way that Premier GG did, 7 places in that last game. TSM already making their way downtown. I'll let the music play inside your heads at home without having to do it myself, but for now it looks like they're going to be able to move towards that tunnel, and I just wonder if they are going to try and play this area I was talking about a little bit earlier, or if they're going to move a little bit further in. It looks like Howie is having a little scout here to see if they can take advantage.
Certainly TSM have been rotating very early and trying to find these positions to hold down to get into that last circle. The previous game, when we had the listen in, it was really stressful to listen. I think Fallout and Glitter almost well, struggled to come back to commentary because of what they had to put up with. They were head casing. They were very much not enjoying what they were listening to, and that is Apex Legends at its highest level. It is stressful. You do have to make those quick, fast-paced decisions, and that's where you need a confident IGL and also a team who will follow that IGL to the death. And certainly TSM, they gave it a good go, but they will look to try and better their performance here in Game 4.
An interesting position that TSM are actually taking up. That platform is something that you'll see a lot of teams actually try and assault later on in the game, especially when they've got that skyward dive rolling and teams are trying to find anywhere to play as they move their way into zone. So maybe they're just thinking about getting that height, getting that priority, and looking for some KP early on for some teams who are going to be rotating past them. But for now, let's look at Knights, because they're looking at a wall, and they're also looking at an Arc Star, which is going to be falling at their feet. So just going AFK for just 2 seconds there almost hurt them a little bit more than I think they were hoping.
Yeah, they were trying to be sneaky. They were trying to go for the ambush, but someone spotted them out, and if that Arc Star had connected, that might have been very detrimental to them. So now Knights getting out of dodge and recognizing the jig is up, and you can't afford to just play for the ambush anymore, and they're going to have to rotate into this next circle. TSM have put some barrels down and exploded said barrels, which would suggest they're under a little bit of fire, as well as NRG. All the grenades start flooding.
Yeah, they are flooding in, but they've survived for now, and I'm not sure if there's any team that's close enough to actually capitalize on the damage. But looking at the armors, one thing that is going to be true is there might be an attempted kidnap coming in. So everybody starting to get a little bit frisky in this lobby, and NRG, they're not too interested at the moment. Nathan and Rocker finally get back to full shields, but this is going to be a very tough hold here for NRG. I think they're going to want to maybe reassess this situation, maybe try and play somewhere else, because with those armors and with the windows and the doors blown off now of that building, it's only going to take a couple of nades like we saw for that initial damage to be done.
Certainly when you play an area like this, in these little trucks, in these little trailers, whatever they actually are meant to be, they look like something from Jurassic Park that someone would get eaten out of at one point. And they may get eaten out of them if they are not careful, because they've only got those white armors. They are going to be really struggling. You hope when you're playing in a position like that that you go unspotted for quite some time and you can just go about your business, and then eventually, you know, that final circle drifts towards you, you catch a team off guard who tries to take the position away from you. But certainly being spotted out this early is going to be very detrimental to NRG.
Yeah, I've never seen Jurassic Park.
I mean, there's quite a lot of Jurassic Park, so that is concerning. Is it you've never seen any of them, or you've just not seen the
like
first
the original,
one?
the first one, the original one.
But you know the music, though, surely.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right.
I'm a little bit. I wanted more of a reaction there. I was trying to bait you. Of course, I've seen the first Jurassic Park, but never mind. Let's move on with the game. Ghost Gaming. There's no prowlers here, Dan. We can't. As we know, this is an inside joke. I'll explain when we're running through the new map and we're running through the area which we've of course named Jurassic Park, where the prowlers are home. That music gets played very loudly in everyone's headphones. But Ghost Gaming trying to hold down this central position. Madness obviously joining this roster for today and looking to impress as well. Noble, the winners, or I should say, excuse me, not the winners of our last game. Noble holding down one of the central zones, central areas of this building in Lava Siphon. Just trying to look for some poke damage. This has been a very slow burn of this game. We have seen a few of these so far, but we've usually seen a couple of engagements happening a little bit earlier on. When this kind of game happens, Dan, I always want to just jump over to watch C9, because I'm never quite sure how C9 are going to approach a game. And it's usually them who just kind of light the fire under a lobby. I don't know why that is, but C9 get a little bit antsy when things get a little bit slow like this.
I think that's because C9 just like to push, they like to be aggressive, but whilst we are on the POVs of Noble, we did hear from Rack a little bit before the tournament. Let's see what he had to say.
One thing I've learned during ALGS is that I am as good as I thought I was, or like, I don't know, when you start competing against the best players, it's easy for your confidence to get lowered. You know, you don't always win. you know, you might get destroyed by another player. But I think I slowly started to realize that, like, okay, well, no, I am supposed to be here. I am one of the best players, and I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Well, awesome to hear from Akanishi there. And one thing that I want to point out there is the importance of confidence, Dan, because it's a really interesting thing you talk about. You know, the dichotomy of being a pro player. You get into these lobbies, and all of a sudden, you know, everyone on the outside is thinking you're one of the best in the world. But the belief to actually think it yourself, having made it to that stage, putting in the good performances, it kind of changes everything, because the nerves when you get into these lobbies and you're starting out in a pro career, it's very difficult for people that aren't actually, you know, on the mouse and keyboard or the controller themselves to understand.
It's an entirely different game as well from just playing Apex Legends casually, where you might, you know, get Predator, you might be able to play in some of the highest lobbies in matchmaking. It's a different kettle of fish when you go into a lobby like this, where any fight that you get into, you're likely going to lose it if you make any sort of mistake. So you have to constantly be on top of your game, you have to be practicing, you have to be researching, and as you say, you've got to be confident. If at any point you doubt yourself, if you think other people in the lobby are better than you, that's going to represent how you play the game. You suddenly are going to be playing a little bit more passive, maybe you're not going to be as confident to push into those fights, and sometimes you need that confidence, you need to be taking those risks, otherwise you are just going to be one of those teams who's cannon fodder, constantly finishing 19th, 20th, and you're going to be easy pushovers for those top tier teams who will look to really, as sharks in the water, try and find you.
Well, you got to beat your chest when you get into these lobbies, and one team who spend a lot of time doing exactly that is C9. I mentioned them earlier. We'll jump to a listing now because it looks like they're about to try and dive into some action.
I'm turning around.
There's people in it. People in it. I can see it.
I'm letting on Mac.
I can see it. I can see it. People in it.
There's people in the RV?
Yes, 100%.
I think I scanned someone behind us. I'm not sure if it was a bug or not.
Like this behind? Like
yeah,
here?
like close. Like close.
Oh.
Like,
Okay,
it might have been a bug. It might have been a bug.
Okay.
All right, now we got to think about our play now. What's our play now? We know everything over there is taken, and they're about to get this info in a little bit, right? 46 over closing.
What are your thoughts on wrapping south and trying to play from here? Or is that impossible?
That side isn't even good for this zone. What about this height, bro?
We can Falco out of there later is what I'm thinking.
What about that height? Or do we just get inted later and our game's just bad? What if we play from here? What if we play from here?
Can we check tunnel?
There's definitely shot at from lava side.
There's definitely people tunnel. Well, peep tunnel. If it doesn't work, we go macaroni.
We gotta get out fast so there's people tunnel though. To get timing.
Where do we die from on top of Harv?
Whoa! Barrels!
Good
call. That's guy on top, I think.
Barrels on this box as well.
Yeah,
back up! Run! Macaroni.
Run now.
Scan macaroni. Scan macaroni. You can get it through the wall.
Okay.
I don't want to waste my time. Oh, I think you missed, bro. I think you scanned this way.
No, I scanned this whole macaroni on the left. If they're in macaroni, they're gonna be out by the car. I can't get the car.
Ow! I don't think this zone is bad to play from our side of green.
Oh yeah, well playing from here, yeah, we can play the rocks. Like we can walk up.
Like, let me scout it out. Watch our back a little bit.
I'm watching our back.
I'm trying to see our spots. All right, Mac, come to me. Trade with me. I need you to not scout red, but I need you to go look at red and tell me how safe that is on green zone. I think it's very good. Like very good in that area.
What I'm thinking of, then it should be really good.
And if that's not safe, then we Valkyrie and we slam.
I'm gonna need your bub.
Okay, I'll walk up with you.
You don't need to walk up with me. Just stay there.
Okay.
Yeah,
if that is not full safe,
we have to control that. We have to control that.
If that is not full safe, we can Valkyrie and slam there.
Yeah, no, it's.
One word, Dan Gaskin. One word, everyone at home. Macaroni.
Macaroni in a pot. Yeah, that's an interesting call out, but I guess that's the
it's
benefits.
A perfect call out, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. You can understand why they've gone for it, but that's one of the benefits of getting listen-ins and see how everyone tries to kind of decipher what's what in a map. And as long as everyone's on the same page, then that's good. But at the same time, they are trying to prioritize certain positions here as they are pushing into this circle and utilizing that Bloodhound, of course, to gain information, to scan it, to see whether they can actually push up and play certain areas. Because we still have every team in this lobby still alive. As a reminder, we only have 19 teams in the lobby today. Sheesh, they have stopped playing, so that's why there is the gap in these two groups. And I think I mentioned it right before we went live with this game on set, is that because this lobby is so close, no one is really commanding it, no one is leading by a significant amount. That's why everyone's playing a little bit nervy. No one wants to be that first team to make a move and suddenly set World's Edge on fire, where it just becomes third-party central, because you want to get to those latter stages, you want to get those placement points on the board.
Yeah, C9 do have some tough decisions to make, and you can hear them discussing it as well in that listening. So it'll be interesting to see how they do try and play things out. It seemed like plan A, B, and C all weren't viable, so they've had to go for something a little bit inventive. Unlucky are just going to be sat up in this choke at the moment. They're going to be holding out any late rotating teams from the Harvester side. Knights are going to be inside this tunnel, which I was talking about a little bit earlier. And with the zone, the way that the zone is pulling, excuse me, this might be a pretty good place to play quite late here, especially if it starts to move a little bit towards Harvester, which we have seen a little bit of a funky pull occasionally on those circles, which could really work in their favor.
TSM still in exactly the same position we left them, but they are currently tethered, so that information will be passed off to the other team. But I think this has been an ongoing battle since we actually moved away from their POVs. Just a constant back and forth, tagging each other every now and then with a few bullets. But TSM, they're not looking great in terms of their armors. I mean, a purple and 2 blues, it's okay. I'm sure they would love to be full purple as we get a further indication of where that circle is going to be pulling on set. And we mentioned the bridge, we mentioned the area you can play there, and it's very much going to be pulling very centrally here as we expected.
Oh no, the tether, it's broken. TSM are looking like they're going to have to move through a couple of teams north though, as that circle has pulled away towards the bridge like you mentioned. The tunnel, a very strong position still. I think it was Knights who were holding that down. But TSM going to have to make some moves, and you can see maybe thinking about a Valkyrie skyward dive. The scan comes in, which is going to give their position away. And there are a couple of teams in very close vicinity. Luckily for them, they do have those caustic barrels down. This is going to be Knights who are playing the tunnel. At the moment, they're just making sure their backs are clear. There's going to be nobody trying to sneak behind them in zone. So those few seconds of just making sure, he's certainly going to give them the confidence that they can just focus ahead. And that is one of the big things to make sure you can do as those circles start to close.
And with 19 squads left, with round 3 closing, about to go into round 4, we're going to see fights happen in the next 15 seconds. And already Cloud9, as they try and make their way in, they're spotted out, but they look to have found a little hidey hole for now. They can make this home and just scout out the closing in areas, but I think the other team may try and push on this if they get a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, Cloud9 just got to show no presence here. They've got to try and survive. First thing to do, Zach Mazer though is going to get so much damage ticked, and then we're going to see the caustic gas come in. The Nox gas is going to get the knock onto Zach and Albrelele. Albrelele is going to be, Zach's going to be brought back to his feet. Will they be able to bubble here, as Naughty's going to have a job to do? 2 hostiles detected on that scan as he pops the Bloodhound ultimate, but they have managed to reset by the looks of things. But it's Team Liquid who are looking to move up upon things. Albrelele has been finished, so Liquid keeping that aggression up. 19 squads still remaining in the lobby though.
Well, the thing is with Team Liquid is that they've got a decent position here at Harvester, so they don't want to push up too much and give that position to someone else. So they're trying to take this fight with C9 from a distance, but the banner is at least going to be gained, and you've got to be careful here. With still 19 squads back, there are 18 squads now available.
My word.
This is going to start being absolute carnage with ultimates raining down left, right, and center.
The amount of utility that was just thrown forward there by CLX. You had defensive bombardments, you had Nox gas, you had grenades. It was a difficult situation to find yourself in if you're on the receiving end of it, but now they've managed to bully their way onto this position. The fight will continue though as more defensive bombardments will come in. Cyril's going to be taken down to just around 45 HP. Renegades involved in this battle as well. They move up maybe to look for a third party. Madness is going to get out of dodge. I don't think he wants anything to do with this. CLX still trying to hold down these crates.
There's just not going to be enough real estate for every team that's left still on this server, so you've got to be careful. Renegades, Sorcerer is the first to go down. Vaxlon and Pow Pow need to go huge here to try and save this.
Big damage though. It's going to do damage to Pow Pow. I think it's a 1v1 in this situation. No armor swap available, and Pow Pow will go down. Luxford wins the fight. 5 kills to his name. But we know that pressure is going to keep coming in. Crucian is down, but not finished, so they might be able to get back up to a 2-man. As Madness is trying to pick up the pieces here. Trying to be the scavenger on the battlefield. Alternator and Vault for him to work with, and I'm not sure if he's actually been able to work out those 2 players are there, so he's just going to be looting up for his team, bring it back to Meds.
Keep an eye on this kill feed, by the way. 20 seconds, this round 4 is closing in. Look at the size of that circle and look how many teams we still have alive. Oxyaries is the first to go down in what I presume is going to be mental, as everyone tries to get behind any rock, everyone tries to get towards this bridge area. Reps has also just been naded.
Just as you say that, TSM trying to win this fight. The zone is forcing them into this situation as well. Verholst is going to throw that Arc Star to the edge of the bubble, maybe to give them a bit of time to try and get out of dodge. Speaking of which, he's going to have to hit the jets and retreat, as Hal will go down as well, as TSM FTX down to 1.
You've got to try and survive for as long as possible here, because teams were falling like flies. TSM out in 13th position. The Knights, who were holding down that train track for so long, are still alive and still on top of several other teams. C9 just got wiped as well, as just like that, we go from 16 teams all the way down to 9, and we're not done just yet, because there's still a few engagements happening here on World's Edge.
Yeah, you know the teams are falling quickly as the number changes as you're saying it halfway through. So Knights still holding down this position. Like I said, this is one of the better positions to be holding towards the end game, because you have that height advantage even with the tracks in front of you. Team Liquid still alive as well, as you can see the outline of Fun and Flanker. Premier GG inside of that little snake building below, which is going to be where things are finishing. But Team Liquid are going to make their lives hell right now. The Nox gas goes in, and this is their opportunity to push if they want to try and win this game. With 9 squads remaining, it's going to be a tough push, especially with only 2 players still in the lobby. There is a knock inside. They will get that finish. They will get that KP, and that's going to be Crook taken down.
I love this from Team Liquid, though. Showing confidence even as a 2. You said about it yourself. Confidence, show presence, make the rest of the lobby think you're still a 3, and try and take one of these priority positions. This, ideally, is the building you want to be residing in for this next circle, because you can cover so many different angles with it. You can stay away from the rest of the lobby, and it looks like Premier GG and Team Liquid might just cohabit in this building for now.
Going to be coexisting. But who's going to be paying the rent at the end of the month? That's the question that I want to know. Premier GG obviously looking to go back-to-back as well, so they have an opportunity even as a 2-man. And Hill's going to try and reciprocate the damage that was done. Maybe with a little EMP going their way. Fun has that red armor, and there's the one worrying thing here for Premier is the fact that if you look at the HP, you look at the armor, even though it's a 2v2, Liquid certainly have the advantage here.
Team Liquid are well aware there's one extra player just outside of the building here, and that's why Fun keeps his head on a swivel. He keeps checking it. He will give away his position here, and I think the player has got no actual plan to try and contest these 2.
Charlotte Phoenix now inside of this bubble. One shot with the Peacekeeper will be enough to knock one player. Kotogami and Greek now left on their own. And Stink will fall. Looks like they won the initial battle, so they will have a few seconds here to reset, but as I say that, it's not going to happen. As NRG announced themselves to the party. Sweet, the last player alive as the solo rat. We've seen this man do some crazy, crazy things as the last player alive for his team. Can he do it again now for NRG?
Absolute Monarchy went down. Charlotte Phoenix also fell, which means NRG, who were involved in that entire engagement, will be pretty happy to see both teams going down so that they can maybe get a res here. They will, but at what cost? Sweet manages to get him up, but has to then back off, go into the void just to try and play rat mode now. 6 squads remaining, make it 4, as Sweet will eventually fall. And we have some full squads that can do some real damage. We know that inside that building there are 2 sets of 2, but aside from that you've got Knights, and you've also got the boys who are on top that really could just change this. Team Liquid, Noble, Ghost Gaming, Knights and Premier GG, your last 5 remaining teams.
Team Liquid just trying to do what they can do to survive for now. They've put up some temporary defenses, temporary barrier, a little head glitch for them to work with. However, that EMP is just going to remove all of those barrels now. And both teams inside of the building are in a really rough spot now, especially with Knights and Ghost Gaming looking down upon them. Ghost Gaming here on top of the tracks, Knights on top of the building that they are cohabiting for now. 5 kills here for Madness. I mean, when you're joining a roster and you want to put in a performance, this is certainly an example that you would like to bring up at the end of things. But Team Liquid still inside of that building. Looks like a couple of players are trying to move underneath as well. So Ghost Gaming kind of kings of the castle for now, but as that red starts to close behind them down, they're going to have to move down from that high ground, and they might be the targets of the lobby.
They do have that little cliff edge they can play, but it's this one player from Noble they've got to worry about. That's great focus from them, but look at the amount of coverage they have from all of these rocks. They can very much use this as a little head glitch, force the other teams to fight here, and they are in one of the prime positions to win this game.
Noble lose 1 as Azura will pick up the kill. Joey will pick up a second onto Ronnie, and Joey will be cleaning up pretty much everything on that side of the map. And now we're down to just 3 teams. Knights having a big, big fight. A lot of positivity coming out of the side of it for them. But now we're down to just 2 squads remaining. Ghost Gaming holding this high ground for so long, and it ends up being a very simple job for them to close out. The winners of our game number 4 in the North American Pro League is Ghost Gaming.
The lay of the land just was perfect there for Ghost Gaming. They had the high ground for so long so they could naturally avoid any bullets from other teams, but then also, once they did drop, the amount of coverage that they were able to use with those rocks and with the kind of hillside allowed them to put shots onto other teams, but also bubbled up at the right time and forced everyone else to compete before they got involved. It was very comfortable for them, really, that last circle. They didn't have to do too much aside from position themselves in a way where they could just watch everything go down. For Premier GG, who tried to go back-to-back, it wasn't quite the Cinderella story, as they only had 2 players after the impressive push that we saw from Team Liquid, who actually came out in 3rd place as a 2, so that's an extremely impressive one indeed.
Yeah, looking at the other end, though, a bit of a flip of the table once again. Pretty similar to what we saw yesterday in EMEA in our game number 4. You have the likes of Legacy MX in 14th, who are right up there at the top of the table. TSM and Cloud9 and Lazarus all not really getting a huge amount of points on the board, which is going to make that leaderboards even more interesting. But Ghost Gaming, we need to give them even more credit than we are at the moment, Dan, because it's not just the fact that they won the game. 12 kills alongside it as well. That's a 24-point bomb.
Yeah, whilst they were sitting on top of those tracks, they were making life a living misery for everyone who wanted to try and get into the circle. I think when you are in the best position in the game and you still see 19 squads are alive as round 4 is involved, you're like, we can pick up some serious KP here, boys, because we are in one of the places where we can watch everything unfold in front of us. We are going to be able to third party without taking the risk of having to expose ourselves too much. I was very impressed with how they did transition from that top bit of the train track to push over to the engagements that were happening just to their north, and then quickly get out of that fight once they realized that they got enough. They managed to pick up some KP, and now they will be, you know, picking up some serious points here. They were, 14th coming into this game? We're going to see them climb all the way up that leaderboard, and that seems to be the story here of Group A versus B in round 5, because every single time we think we're going to start to see a little bit of stability in this group, it doesn't happen. Someone just bursts through and manages to shoot their way up.
Yeah, it gives the last 2 games a very exciting feel, though, right? Still having that unknown of who is going to be able to actually Gaming, though, well, I mean, you said it right. 13 places jump up to the top of the table, but only 2 points ahead of Absolute Monarchy. And then, how ridiculous is that, by the way? 35 points is first, 8th place is 30. And then you can see it's pretty much as close as you could possibly imagine all the way down there. So one game is all it takes for these teams to fly up that leaderboard. And with only 2 games remaining, Dan, it's very difficult to judge who is actually going to come out on top here.
I thought you were going to burst into song then. One game is all it takes. Fall in love with me. But, you know, this is going to be a very exciting match 5 and 6. We have teed ourselves up perfectly in round 5. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in match 5. Because if you are looking at this table right now as a team, you say, we've got such an opportunity to pick up 12 points. We are not far behind whatsoever. Even if you're down in the bottom half of the table and you're 20 points behind, you've got 2 games left. Do you know how easy it is to get 20 points across 2 games if you are a team that is on top of your stuff? Yeah, you can get this job done. I think everyone should be excited for these next 2 games because they are going to be bangers.
Well, that's one thing that we can promise. I can also apologize to everyone for our awful singing, but we are going to go to a break now, and we do have 2 very, very exciting games with a lot of different consequences that could be coming your way in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. This is North America, game number 5 on our second to last match day of Pro League, which means second to last opportunity to break into the top 20 and secure a spot in the playoffs. Fallout joined alongside Glitter. We were wondering when the Ghost Gaming monster was going to wake up, and boy, oh boy, did it wake up in game number 4, Glitter.
I mean, you were hoping for it. You put it out there in the universe, and they had a phenomenal game number 4 to say. I mean, 13 places. 13 places with one game, especially when you take into consideration just how close the entire top 10 is. This is huge for Ghost Gaming, but I also got to give a shout out to Knights. Knights were one of those teams that were like right in that bubble area for that top 20 situation, and getting themselves up into third after that last game performance is huge for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big performance for both of them. 13 place jump is the most we've seen today, including our EMEA broadcast. And that's the thing. Put some respect on Madness's name. A lot of unnecessary and uncalled for hate on Madness, in my opinion. He is one of the top players. He's been winning championships. He's won 4 or 5 championships with that former CLG and Skirt roster. And he's showing the impact he can immediately have on a team by joining Ghost Gaming. And of course, Pander's, in my opinion, the most underrated controller player in all of Apex. He's so incredibly talented. This is a team that can pop off at any time. We just saw it right there as we take a look at the highlights here for match number 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly a really, really clean game for them. They played their position very, very well. And we also talked about Knights. They had an aggressive game. I mean, we were talking about 12 kills onto Ghost Gaming, right? Well, I mean, Knights isn't that far behind with 11. It was massive performances from those top 2 teams.
Yeah, 24 and 21 point game, respectively. Just an insane performance from both of these squads. And this is where Ghost was able to kind of clean up and wrap things up with that 12 kill first place finish. Record we've seen in ALGS Pro League is 17 kills, which is just insane to think about. I'm not sure if we'll see that be broken unless NRG or someone of the like can pull off something miraculous here in game 5. But we got 2 games left. And the crazy thing is, Glitter, I don't think any of us would have predicted in our top 3, we don't see Cloud9, we don't see TSM, and we don't see NRG.
I feel like this is just the EMEA repeat for the day stylistically. I mean, the underdogs are coming up to the top of the leaderboards all day today. The teams that needed those points, they know they're under the wire now, and everybody is fighting. I'm not mad about it. This is what I love about Apex Legends. Yes, we obviously have our top teams. That's why overall they're consistently in a top spot, even if there's some yo-yoing here and there throughout an individual day. But the teams that are desperate, whether that's making it out of relegation or just trying to get into playoffs, they're showing up today. And that's why all of these teams deserve to be here in this split.
Yeah, let's go ahead and show a visual of what exactly we mean when we say the teams that had their backs against the wall and needed to perform have. I mean, take a look at this page. Top 20. You don't see Ghost Gaming. You don't see Lazarus. You don't see a lot of these teams, Legacy. And meanwhile, the top 20, the green boxes, that means you will qualify at the end of the Pro League on Sunday for the playoffs. Let's flip over to the second page as we see, obviously, Esports Arena, Sentinels, Complexity, Space Station. Those are teams that are going to be playing tomorrow in Groups C versus D. But here we go. Lazarus, Charlotte Phoenix, Ghost Gaming, Legacy. So many teams that were on the brink of not qualifying and or even being relegated. I mean, Legacy is in 32nd, just one place away from being in the bottom 8 and being relegated and having to re-qualify for the split playoffs. Obviously, we also have our Challenger Circuit teams that have been grinding through the Challenger Circuit for their chance to play in the Pro League next season as well. So a lot at stake here, and Kate talked about it in the EMEA broadcast. She said, hey, why are these teams performing? Well, when you are in that level of win or go home, of desperation, you turn up, and that is what we're seeing so far from some of these teams.
1,000,000%. We saw there that Knights is holding on to that 20th place position, immediately followed by Lazarus, who has steadily moved up that overall because of their performance here today. And you mentioned Legacy MX as well. They were originally in that relegation spot. Performances so far have now at least jumped them up enough to be just barely outside of it. Obviously, they want to continue that climb so they don't have to worry about falling back down below. But a lot of these performances are making a big difference now. Take into consideration there obviously are teams on that list that don't play until tomorrow, and that will once again shake up those standings. But right now, a lot of squads are doing exactly what they need to be doing with these situations.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the stage is certainly set. Will we see these teams that must perform continue to do so in games 5 and 6, or will we see order be restored with teams like Team Liquid, TSM, Cloud9, and the like perform and show up? NRG is another squad that had a really, really big game 3, but was relatively quiet in game number 4. We will find out because the game is loading. We're going to be jumping into the dropship and kicking off game number 5. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Fallout alongside Glitter here as we are in the North American broadcast game number 5 of our 6-game series. Last weekend of Pro League gameplay. We're going to have back-to-back-to-back displays and broadcasts here of Pro League. Today is Group A versus B, tomorrow's Group C versus D, and then we run it back again on Sunday as we see World's Edge loading up here. Game number 5 is here, Glitter.
Let's get into it. I'm excited. This is our last game together of the day here, Fallout. This is the second to last game of the entire day. I mean, there are a couple squads that can completely turn their performance around, or like you're saying, are we going to see those heavy hitters in the last 2 games of the day really start to step it up? At that point, I mean, we talked about it, right? I said it earlier. When those teams are at the top, they're taking away a lot of points from the teams that are in the middle or towards the bottom that need those teams. We've seen multiple games now where the NRGs, the TSMs, they're not at the top of the leaderboards, and it's completely shaken things up.
That's right. We're going to have Ghost Gaming, who drops Lava Siphon. They get all of Lava Siphon to themselves, which means, yeah, quite a bit of loot. And you're also somewhat centralized, obviously pretty far south. And take a look at this zone here. It is going to be a southwest finish, which is great for NRG, great for Ghost Gaming making their rotation through. This is an interesting zone here. We'll see how Cloud9 coming from Climatizer will play this. TSM, how fast are they going to rotate out of Fragment? We'll keep a close eye on that.
Interesting. I mean, I was just saying, is it going to be the top teams have their moment to shine here? That is looking pretty good for NRG. We know how well they can do when zones are on that side of the map and in their favor. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes out to see how things continue to play out. But now checking in with Era, seeing how they're starting off their early game, getting their loot in here. It's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams rotate on over to the western side of the map. It's a little bit different positionally than we've seen all day. So I think it's going to make things interesting.
Yeah, Era Eternity, a team currently in 18th place out of 19 teams with 8 points. So as we just check them out, we're going to jump on board with the other team. It's E8 in 19th place, currently in dead last right now. So they need massive games. And these are teams that are also on the brink of elimination or not qualifying in the grand scheme of things as well. E8 in 28th place overall. Era on the brink of getting relegated in 37th. So we'll see if they can step up, much like we've seen Knights, Lazarus, and Legacy and others do so as we take a look at their rotation.
Managing to find a decent amount of loot here for themselves, and they can see that they're not too far away from where the zone is right now, so they're going to be able to loot up Lava Fisher pretty nicely for themselves. Get a little crafting done here. Not a whole lot of pressure that they have to worry about right now in this area and this early on, so they will be looted up pretty solidly. From there, it's just going to boil down to how they use that loot, what their positioning is compared to the rest of these squads.
Yep.
And you said it, they need these points. They're in a position where they can't afford to continue missing out on these points.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder how they're going to play this with a southwest zone, especially knowing that Team Liquid's going to be right behind them. I mean, this south zone, the way Team Liquid likes to play this rotation is they hug the far west side of the map, and then they hug the far south side of the map. It's a complete dead side rotation, so we'll keep an eye on them and see if they end up getting in a fight against Team Liquid. Meanwhile, we wondered how soon TSM would rotate, and this answers your question. Already over in Harvester is TSM. Quick rotation from them.
Yeah, they have covered a lot of ground in a very short amount of time. Wait, what are you saying?
I think they might be trying to bait the landslide push coming in here from, I can't remember which team is dropping landslide. I think it might be Legacy. So I think they might be actually working this side, which means Legacy might be just around the corner here. TSM, some hidden barrels, and I think they're baiting this, Lauren.
I mean, I would not be surprised if that's the plan. They want to get some more points on the board. They're probably not super happy with their points today, knowing that they are just capable of getting a lot more. So if they go for this early game aggression to see if they can take this squad out, would not be surprised at all. And it would be a really, really solid start for them here in the second to last game.
Yeah, doing some weapon swapping as well. Rampage can be in the hands of Hal, and that's something that we've seen over the last maybe 2 months. The Rampage, really since Legacy, people have realized the new season. People realize, wait, this Rampage thing is pretty good, even though it came out the same time Seer came out. A lot of people started using that Rampage more recently. Obviously, you can power that bad boy up with the Thermite, and that thing gets ticking, let me tell you, for quite a bit of damage. Shoots real slow, chugs along, though. It does quite a bit of damage, as we see Hal with the Rampage in hand.
We've seen a couple of those today. We've even seen a gold Rampage at one point throughout the day, so you're absolutely right in saying that this is a weapon that's been used quite frequently throughout the day. TSM realizing there is a squad rotating behind them, trying to deal a little bit of poke damage. They will find themselves in a situation, though, if they draw too much attention to their position, Noble being that squad that's across the way, that a lot of teams will start realizing they're there and potentially try to push up on them. But as I say that, Noble ends up taking damage from a totally different team, and I believe it's Cloud9.
Wow. So TSM, how will they play this here? It's Knights that's going to clean wipe Noble. Does TSM decide to push this in third party? Yes, they do. The ultimate's going to be dropped from Hal. The defensive ultimate can be returned here from the Knights as they're just trying to survive. Hal is hunting right now. It's hunting season. He needs some shield. He's going to get one knock here on Joey. That's going to come through. That's big because the Knights obviously in top 3 get eliminated from this one. I think they're clean wiped.
You know, I was worried about TSM drawing too much attention to themselves, and instead the opposing teams did exactly that. Noble and Knights take a very early fight where TSM is in a solid position to maybe clean that up, and they're going to get a ton of loot for that. Now Absolute Monarchy, a team that's gotten more aggressive throughout the day, finding themselves in an early fight as well, and things are not looking good for them. Stomp's the last player that's alive right now, but managing to keep himself in a solid spot.
Yeah, some way, somehow, it's a 1 versus 1. Stop's gonna get taken out, not after delivering a huge shot with the Peacekeeper, but nice job from Aristani, and just for good measure, he's gonna obviously shield swap in case another team pulls up, but they should be all good. Gold backpack, so easy revives, and just like that, Era Eternity showing some life. They needed that over Absolute Monarchy.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Era, not only in the points situation, but also, I mean, every time you've got a solid engagement, it helps with the mental side of things. Which people, we don't talk about too much, but it is a huge aspect to this game. Keeping that momentum going with your squad and trying to, you know, make sure that you're not tilting based off of previous performances, and knowing that extra stressor of knowing where you are in the leaderboards and knowing how few games are left overall in this split to get yourself in a solid spot does not help. So that's going to be a nice little boost there to Era as we see Liquid now on the drop.
Meanwhile, shout out to our observers on point. I kind of wondered, hey, will Team Liquid be right behind E8? We saw E8. They rotated exactly how we thought they would with that dead side southern rotation. Team Liquid trailing behind them, but not opting for the far dead side rotation. Instead, Team Liquid is a little bit more centralized here as we take a look back at TSM. And they really got gifted these purple shields here, right? With Knights and the Noble squad dying right in front of them. All of them get well looted. And now TSM is looking to be in a pretty good spot here. In a good position to maybe win this one, but they have a long way to go.
Yeah, I really am surprised that that Knights Noble fight happened the way that it did, but it worked out very well for TSM, especially when we saw them trying to potentially bait that rotation through from Landslide. I mean, they're now in a solid spot to continue watching for any of those teams that are rotating across the way. Unlucky here, going through Lava Fisher, trying to get some loot for themselves right on the edge of the ring, so they'll be able to continue that rotation once they finish grabbing what they need. But I mean, TSM, they don't really need to move right now. Look how many barrels, by the way, look how many caustic barrels are set up on the mini map.
Yeah, they want to make sure no one is pushing from Landslide. And safe to say Legacy is most likely not. I'm not sure where Legacy exactly is, but I like how TSM's playing this. They're playing this a little bit risky, high risk, high reward. They're out in the open, which means they could get third party at any moment here. So they got to perform very, very well. Let's jump into a listen and see what Hal's saying as the IGL of TSM.
Crafting at Harvester. Grabbing that ALGS cell really quick, reps.
I'm gonna suck everything off these bodies, so if they res, they don't have anything.
There's so much shit back here.
They respawned way back there.
That might have been. That's probably him.
I dropped a max out wingman over here.
Okay.
There's so many bodies, like it can't fucking take everything.
Max wingman right there.
Level 3.
probably swap to it later. I have 130 white, and there's no white. Or I could swap to it now, and I can give you my 3x. How?
It's up to you, bro. I need that 3x though for sure. I have a red dot.
Yeah, I can.
And, I'm glad we jumped into that quick listen-in because we learned why Hal is playing so cautious on that Harvester side. It's because they knew something we didn't. One member of Knights, I believe, still survived, maybe got some beacons, and is playing for a res, and they were just keeping a close eye on that. Meanwhile, Nocturnal versus Senpai, with Hill joining the fight here from Premier. Multi-team fight in ring, in circle.
Yeah, and I think we also saw while we were listening to TSM that I believe Renegades took out Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, while that was all happening as well. So there was a lot of action going down while TSM was making sure they were guarding their backs and paying attention to everything that was going on around them. We even heard them talking about just how there was too much loot to be acquired to bring back with them. Premier with a nice thermite there, taking away some of that armor. But it explained a little bit so why TSM was holding that area so cautiously.
Yeah. So for now, things are going to slow down here as we have Hill and the Premier squad, your champions from game number 3. In circle, very centralized, and probably in one of the better positions to win this. They've gotten very, very blessed with some rings. Meanwhile, big fight from Moners, who drops from the southeast side of the map all the way in Dome. They find themselves absolutely rocking. A member of NRG, it might be Rocker Era. Bowser actually nearby as well, and it's going to be the last member of Moners alive. He'll get taken out and eliminated to the hands of Era Eternity, but the third party's nearby. Stunny has to run away with his tail between his legs.
He was so low. We'll see how long he's able to escape for, if at all. Ghost Gaming, though, obviously the winners of our last match, picking it back up where they left off, doing a decent amount of damage here, and really pushing this engagement. Madness getting a kill.
Ooh.
That was the final Era player, too, there.
Indeed, as Ghost Gaming flies in and gets the final kills, looking to have a back-to-back performance here. Let's jump right into a listen-in to hear the madness of the comms of Madness and Ghost Gaming.
When we get back through and stabilize, I'm gonna need your gold helm.
Yep.
Scanning everything? Okay, we're good.
Dropping helm right now. Come here.
Alright, okay.
Yep.
So
we can play it. We can play that bottom right side and pressure that. That's a consistent strategy, but we have to make sure that we get them completely off that side in order to be able to do that. We can always double up and go back under. The problem that's going to happen is that this team right here, or these teams can't make something here. They can play down here next to us, which is very problematic. Because that's going to cause us not to be able to play. I got a fucking thing for you, by the way, in Excel. Here.
Ultimate accelerant here.
I just need the ult Excel, or I can.
Yeah.
Or are you gonna need it? Or I can hold it. I should be good.
What, you're positive?
I'm at 50%. I'm gonna pop it.
Oh yeah,
days.
we're good then, I think. But I was just saying, if you don't need it, I'm gonna hold it.
Okay, just hold it for the time being, and then if he needs it, just give it to him.
Yeah.
Ultimate accelerant. So here's the thing.
Let's go this way.
Ooh, love to hear that perspective there from Ghost Gaming and how they're going to rotate. And you hear the impact that Madness has already had on this team. IGL and already. I'm not sure I think that was Madness. I'm not sure if it was Madness or 6, but I'm pretty sure it was Madness. Just joining the squad and already calling shots.
And it sounded like they were very organized, following everything they needed to do too. Is they had a plan laid out in front of them, and they were going to follow it. But now checking back in with TSM in that same spot, but clearly some more engagements. I think we saw some more kills coming up in the kill feed for them. We see how low they are. Everyone's trying to heal back up from whatever engagement. They just had more death boxes around this area, and the height that Verhulst has going on right now is working very, very well for TSM.
Yeah, meanwhile, the death boxes stack up here. Let's take a look at a replay I believe we have of the action as we saw TSM take out Team Liquid, or maybe it was Cloud9. As we take a look at this replay, no, it's actually going to be a different fight. It's going to be Lazarus in a fight over towards Harvester. So I believe we're taking a look at a replay here, but from back when there were 13 squads remaining of this Lazarus fight.
Yeah, they're another team that's done well for themselves here today, and a squad that needed to do well to get some more points on the board. So every single fight that they have that goes their way is going to be beneficial, but I'm not quite sure how this one's going to be panning out. They are at least pretty solidly looted up here, and we can see them looking ahead who is around them. But here's the replay you were asking for, Fallout. This is what happened with TSM.
Wow, crazy fight, and it was indeed against Cloud9. Hal went down. Verhulst was down to just 72 HP total. Some way able to pop a med kit and survive, and as a result, TSM and Verhulst find themselves a gold shield for better heals and 2 purple shields, and still a great position to win this game. Well played from TSM.
They have been holding this area right outside that landside rotation, that choke, so well. They have made sure that this is their home, and they're going to be staying there, living there. A lot of those barrels have been taken out, but they're going to be replacing those. Liquid, another squad that's had some pretty solid performances. Beautiful shot coming out of Nocturnal.
Yeah, and Nocturnal has to be one of the most underrated players in general in Apex. Doesn't get talked about as a top player, top slayer enough as on this team. He's always been consistently performing. You saw a little sign of it right there with a nice little couple cheeky 30-30 repeater shots, a little blind fire to connect, and they connect for the kill ultimately. So Team Liquid right next to TSM with the same overall loadout in terms of shields. We got 2 purples and a gold in their hands. Team Liquid looks to be in a favorable position, also running the same exact team comp here going into this late game.
We're gonna have to see how Liquid handles their rotations here. You can see those pings coming out, trying to decide which way is safer, for them to get into the zone, because for all they know, there's going to be squads right on the other side of this, and the last thing they want to do is get caught out after a solid fight. Back on board with Lazarus, still holding down this area right on the edge of Harvester. They won't be able to stay there for too long. They will eventually have to rotate out here in just under a minute, so we can see them starting to try and make that decision on the route they want to take to do so, because they know they need to find a safe place to hold down once they do.
So Lazarus and Harvester, we did see on the death boxes that had a chance to peek. It was Legacy that got taken out. You see it right there, Jaguares. So that is big for Lazarus, who was just 2 or 3 spots above Legacy. Unfortunate for Legacy if you're a fan of the Mexican team representing the entire nation, to be honest with you. I think there's one other Mexican team in Pro League. But right now, we're on board with Premier. Premier, one of those teams that we said in a very favorable spot. Also with the Kraber in hand, it's going to be Crook. What can you do right now? With 11 squads left, having to make a play, TSM right around that area. We got all eyes on Crook with the Kraber right now.
Well, he's got so many options to use the Kraber, too. They're just surrounded right now by teams. So we'll have to see how they end up using that. I think I also did see Ghost putting in some work against Renegades in the kill feed while that was happening as well. Ghost seeming to continue their aggression from this last game, which is something they definitely needed. But now we get to see the perspective of TSM with everything that's been going on in this area and those fights when we saw those bubbles being popped.
Team Liquid now. We mentioned how good of a position they had. They have some high ground. They got teams, of course, to their left, and they can just work with a lot of this cover here over on tracks. But they got a team, I think, in the trailer right in front of them, so that's going to be their first target that we'll have to be really cautious of. Meanwhile, TSM back on board with them. They're in the opposite scenario. They're in the trenches right now with the team in front of them as well.
I think they've been forced into holding this area after having to move down with those teams that pushed up against them. Knights, it looks like the Knights player did escape and they were able to res. So that is a full Knight squad above them now. TSM is trying to work with a lot. They've got teams above them, teams in front of them, and they have to pick one to push and take this engagement in order to clear out a little bit of safe space around them.
Yeah, that's a full Knight squad that wants their revenge. TSM took them out earlier. One of them was able to survive, and here we are. Funny how things change, because now it's Knights with high ground just looking down on TSM like chickens in a chicken coop right now. Hal's going to get taken out. The first chicken dead on board right now with Verholst, as Hal is out of this one. It's going to be all up to Verholst and Reps. Revenge certainly secured.
Yeah, I mean, talk about coming back with a vengeance. This is huge for Knights. We counted them out. We did not think they were going to be able to bounce back, and they have done exactly that and then some, knowing exactly where the rest of TSM is, kind of playing with their food a little bit, poking at them from above. But Team Liquid, you were wondering what would happen with this new position. There's teams pushing them here on the tracks.
Ooh, and Fun's going to want those shots back. Can he make up for it, though? Has to go big with 20 HP. Going to connect for one. Takes out one after. Meanwhile, Flaker's going huge. Flaker knocks 2. Can he get the third? No, he's going to get shut down by NRG.
NRG, that team that started in staging the zone, was quite favorable to them. I think we've actually seen them running around getting a decent amount of KP for the squad. Premier decides to drop down from their rooftop position. They've got NRG right in their hairs of the Kraber, and the shots are coming out from Crook. You were wondering what he would do with the Kraber here, Fallout, and it looks like he's putting it to good use.
Right, off to a solid start here. That's going to be another shot and a knot coming through for Crook on Nathan. 2 members down from NRG, and that might be GG for them. unless some way, somehow they pull off something crazy. Rocker's going to get taken out and thirsted. Here comes the push from Premier. They're just going to slow play this with 5 or 6 squads left. I believe TSM got taken out as well, but Sweet was able to escape.
Literally the Rat King at this point. Every single time manages to barely escape with his life and is going to try to at least secure a few more placement points for his squad if he can, which we've seen him do in crazy ways before in the past, so we'll see what happens. But it looks like they might know where he's trying to hide, but they can't focus on it right now because there's so many other squads in the area.
Oh my gosh, they're going all in on Sweet as a rat, as results baiting them into an entirely different team, and then they just drop on an entirely different squad. They went from having high ground and the best position to win this game potentially to now being eliminated from this lobby. Premier GG with the huge misplay.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Sweet does go down in the process, but I think he achieved exactly what he wanted to in taking out Premier GG. A little bit of retribution there for those Kraber shots onto his squad. Unlucky the team down below that is cleaning up a lot of those kills. Lazarus actually on high, only 2 left, but still in a solid spot.
Yeah, so here we go again. It's Knights and Lazarus, 2 teams in the top 4 that are alive. They are continuing to play so well, and Z Davis is someone who's had a little bit of an up and down in his Apex career. Started off really strong in early online tournaments, and then was relatively quiet, and I remember seeing some of his tweets saying, Fallout, I will be back on top, just watch, and here he is now. Good to see Z Davis performing. I've had so much respect for him as a player for a long time here. As we jump on board with Unlucky, though, we'll see as they play this, as they flank wide left.
We can see Prodigy Ace is thinking about trying to take a Kraber shot or 2 if he can. Does take a couple shots as they make that push up and decides to back off and heal. But there's a lot going on above on those tracks. The bubbles are out, squads are fighting, and you can see these teams below can kind of just wait this out.
Wow. Meanwhile, Knights is just sitting high ground in the best position. This feels so good, Lauren. When you're in this spot, you're in God's spot. Zone's closing in on you. You have the perfect situation. All you have to do is hit your shots.
Knights know where a lot of these surrounding teams are as well. They're trying to deal whatever damage they can, but the defensive bombardment is going to come out and do a lot of damage to those shields, forcing them to back off and bat back up, giving the teams below at least a little bit of time to reset themselves and figure out how they want to handle this. But there's not a lot of time left here. These teams need to decide how they're going to handle this final fight. 4 squads left, and the zone is going to be shrinking down here in just a minute.
Yeah, that's right. So it's not necessarily a guarantee that Knights wins this because they will have to drop and fight. Hopefully they're the last team to drop. They're going to first clean up this 1 squad. Easy peasy for them. And it's going to be Lazarus that gets taken out. 3 squads left, and I think it might be 3 full teams. We got Knights on high ground, Unlucky nearby, and then E8 is the last team alive. So we got a pure 3v3v3 to finish this one out.
I mean, we talked about E8 being one of those teams that really needs these points. They've managed to get themselves into a top 3 spot now. This is going to be massive for them. Knights deciding that they're going to be starting with the defensive bombardment. They've got their own bubble down just in case. And they're just waiting. They're just waiting. They're going to drop down at the very last minute.
Yeah, that's right. 2 members are going to drop. 1 member's going to stay for the heal, and it's going to be the Valkyrie. You can see that float. Meanwhile, here comes the push. Unlucky, down to 1. It's Prodigy Aces. He gets taken out, and Knights should be able to clean up. No, both members of Knights got taken out, so it's a heal off to finish here. And it's going to be Knights who ends up winning it because the damage was enough. Well played, perfectly executed from Knights. The 2 players drop, the 1 stays, and you always want that Valk to stay for the heal off. And in the end, Knights finishes off.
That was a clean follow-up to their last game for Knights. I mean, 2nd place finish into a 1st place finish, both with a lot of KP. This is huge for the team that was one of the squads we talked about being on the bubble.
That's right. Knights doing it again, back-to-back. Good performances from them, and they are going to skyrocket in the leaderboards. I can't wait to take a look at that as we welcome Kate back a little bit later. But for now, let's take a look at the results from that game. 10 kills. 1st place, a 22-point game for the Knights of Pittsburgh. Well played from them. Meanwhile, E8, well, we said they were in near last of the overall Pro League standings, and today, well, they performed here. 16-point game. That's not enough. They're going to have to continue that here in Game 6, Glitter.
Yeah, and then looking down the list, I'm actually looking at Liquid's kills. They obviously didn't get those placement points that they were hoping for, but we saw a lot of aggression out of them. 7 kills, which was nice to see. They just weren't able to end up converting on that due to that push there by NRG. But those are the only kills that NRG got off of that push were those Liquid kills, even considering where they started out with that zone.
Yeah, that's right. So not the pop-off game that we thought we might see from NRG. Instead, the Knights do it again. And think about the way that they did it. They were down to 1, had to res, found a res, and secured the win. So it goes to show, never give up. Hey, don't quit those games early, my friends. When you die, your teammates can spawn you back up and you can get some good ranked points. Meanwhile, Gildersons, Asura, and Joey Blackout are going to do it. Over 1,000 damage for each. And Gildersons, the MVP of that squad right there with 2,000 damage on Valkyrie. 5 kills, a huge game from Gildersons.
Yeah, this was something that Knights really needed to keep themselves in a safe position, especially going into tomorrow when all those teams that aren't playing right now are going to be fighting for the exact same thing. It's nice to see this momentum out of Knights. They kind of, they've really started to pick it up here in the second half of the day, and now there's only 1 game left for all of these teams here today, so it's gonna come down to the wire.
That's right. Well, Joey Blackout, they do it alongside Knights. Been doing it for a long time, back when he played with Rakanishu in early online tournaments. Congratulations to them, but you got to finish in game number 6. We're going to go ahead and welcome Kate back to the desk, though, to show some highlights of games 4 and 5, and of course, get us ready for game 6. Kate, how you feeling?
Oh, man, I love the way that you put that, get us ready for game 6. And I think the one very important thing that I want to bring up right off the bat here has got to be what E8 just did. And I think what's tremendous about what they did is they really proved that nobody in this lobby, you can't sleep on anyone. Now, will that get them to the playoffs? Let's be clear, the math is not on their side. However, I do want to give us the opportunity now as we look down the barrel of game 6 coming up here as our highlights play for games 4 and 5. As both of you have been through all 5 of these games at this point, talk to me about some of those unsung heroes that we haven't really been able to spotlight because they've been on the wrong side of that leaderboard. As we take a look at CLX, might be a great example, Fallout, certainly of one of those teams that has shown what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. I see teams like Energy who played really, really well, have done so much work, but have not necessarily had that breakout game necessarily yet, despite their efforts. Then it goes to show you can have a great early game, you can have a great mid game, but if you can't make it to late game and get a top 3, top 4 finish, you won't be on top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Glitter, who has your heart today? I mean, obviously the Knights really showed us. You're absolutely right, Fallout. I think it's one of those things where every single player, every single team in this lobby can have that potential to pop off, which is already remarkable given how scary this lobby is.
You know who I think has been actually a little bit sneaky too with their plays? I think we've actually seen a lot of good plays out of Charlotte, but they haven't necessarily been getting some of those placements. We've seen some solid engagements and some games where they have a decent amount of KP. They just haven't been, consistent enough, and they just haven't been able to nail down those placement points.
Absolutely. And this actually goes back to that conversation we had earlier about consistency versus those spicy moments, right? And the reality is that the consistency will continue to play out, even though, as we've proven, as E8 has proven, as some of these teams have proven, they can get through this lobby in incredible fashion and win games while not necessarily getting on the right side of that leaderboard. One thing I do want to mention here is that Premier GG doing an incredible job as we take a look at these highlights there, Fallout. Definitely a team that has kept us on our toes and has kept the rest of the lobby on their toes as well.
Yeah, but here's this moment where they actually ended up dropping for Sweet. They wanted so badly to find that rat, and they ended up getting taken out. And you see Lazarus across the way there was able to just put in work as they dropped. Meanwhile, E8 on the low ground. We get to see it now from their perspective. This is why all the members of Knights died. It was Depressedly killing it with the massive shots, but he was down to just 10 HP. Mercy as well, and that's why it was Guild that was able to win that heal off with no problem.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I always like to ask about team comps. We've changed it up a little bit because we haven't seen, obviously, those newer legends come in. We haven't seen a lot of Ash, some, but not a lot. But I want to real quick go over Game 1. Legacy MX came in with a Valk and cost Gibby. As we take a look at these leaderboards, you know what? I keep getting into something, and then let's go to the leaderboards because that is way more interesting, to be sure. Knights, however, Glitter, I genuinely could not have predicted this, which is possibly why I didn't in the talent predictions.
Listen, I don't think any of us were ready for this, and the massive point lead that they just got themselves after that game. I mean, we were talking about how close it was going into game 5, and now Knights gave themselves a little bit of cushion here. They only moved up 2 spots, but it's the points. I'm looking at the points. Lazarus, once again, still consistent, getting some points on the board. Premier really stepping it up. This is huge for Knights. And then look what happens. Look at 9th place, 8th through 10th. That's Cloud9. That's where TSM. That's where NRG is. All of these teams up here in the top 6 are completely different than what we thought.
Yes, they are. Fallout, I mean, the reality of this leaderboard is that it has shooken, done some fancy footwork, if you will, that has definitely made us all rethink, I think, some of this lobby and what it means to be at the top of groups A and B.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, we have TSM, NRG, and Cloud9 in 8th, 9th, and 10th. You typically expect them to be in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in this lobby. But it just goes to show, it's one thing you love about this Pro League, you love about the format. Any team can pop off any given week, can show up, and especially when you need to. Teams like the Knights and others that are on the brink of that top 20 spot to qualify for the playoffs and the big chunk of money overall here, as we are getting ready for game number 6 to see who will perform in the last game with their backs against the line.
Oh, man, that is the pressure that I'm sure as a team, as a player, you can only get, stressed over and be really intense. But those of us love to watch how people come off in those lobbies under those bright lights. Well, let's talk about something else kind of fun, and that is your ability to enter Lenovo Legion's ALGS Pro League giveaway. For your chance to win a free Lenovo Legion gaming PC, head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for more information on that. And while you're over there on the Twitter sphere, head to our @PlayApex Esports Twitter handle. We'll keep you up to date on all of the drama and the action across all of our ALGS regions. We've also got a YouTube channel and, of course, that Twitch channel that we love to see. And as Fallout and Glitter mentioned, we are coming into game number 6. It's right around the corner. I want to thank Glitter and Fallout because I know that's the last game for your casting here today. But guess what? We have the last game of our NA Groups A versus B heading off in just a few minutes. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League here in North America. And with 5 games down, it means we only have 1 remaining, with Knights picking up that win in the previous game that we just saw. Dan Gaskin and Mark Hatcher here to take you through this final game, Dan. And the leaderboard has shaken up a little bit from when we last saw it.
It has. I mean, with the victory from Knights, they also now jump up the leaderboard as everyone has done before them. It just seems like when you start to think that any team has a lead in this lobby and they might start to break away, someone else decides, nah, you know what, screw that. I think we can actually be the winners here. We can take those 12 points going into the final match day, which would be Sunday. And I think that it's still open. I think there are still 10 teams who could potentially win this group, which is what is kind of crazy going into match number 6. We've often had a group decided by match 4, match 5, but that's not happening here today.
Well, that means that this last game of the day is going to be arguably the most exciting one so far, with the amount of implications that are still available for teams and how 1 kill, 1 point, 1 placement can really change things up while those final leaderboards are presented to us. But World's Edge is where we're heading, Dan. It's where we've been playing all day. It's where we've been playing all season. And I'm not quite sure who I want to track here, because there's so many teams that we could talk about and how they need to have a big game. You can pretty much say it for the entirety of the lobby outside of Knights, who just need to have a decent game to stay on top.
Yeah, our observers are going to have their work cut out, I think, because they're going to have to chop and change quite quickly to see and tell a lot of stories, whether it be those who are right at the top of the leaderboard, those who are in the kind of mid-table right now that still could finish at the top of the leaderboard. But Premier GG are a side who did find a victory already today, but then they, off the back of that, finished 4th, and then we haven't seen them maybe necessarily be as strong since, but they have that potential to win here today if they can get into those final circles. The crypto really does make a difference. We saw in EMEA that a couple of teams were running the crypto and just being able to stop those Gibby bubbles from being pesky at the end and being able to hide away from the defensive bombardments. You can surprise the other teams and really be a thorn in their side. But we're heading to the far northeast of the map, up towards the Climatizer and around Epicenter as well. We saw a similar circle in EMEA earlier on today, and this certainly is going to be good news for Cloud9.
Yeah, we certainly saw a similar circle earlier on as well. That was a difficult sentence to get out, but Cloud9 obviously won this zone earlier on today, where they did play with some pretty good reservation on a lot of the decisions that they had to make after what was a disappointing game number 1. TSM, the way they played that last time, they did make that quick rotation, using the Skyward Dive as soon as it was available to get into a good spot. But it was these 3 gentlemen that we see on our screen right now who did take home the win in our game number 2, I believe it was, if my memory serves correctly.
It does serve you correctly. You're good at the math stuff today, so I'm very impressed. But it was a 15th place finish for Cloud9 in the most recent game. They're on 31 points. That puts them 13 points behind first. Sorry, 23 points behind first place.
Got to work on those maths.
Yeah, see, I can't even do it anymore. It's like you've stolen my mojo a little bit here. They really need a big game if they are going to be able to topple this group, and they also need Knights to fall quite early. I think the rest of the lobby is going to be looking at Knights, hoping that there is going to be an early dropout. The closest competitor to Knights is Lazarus. They're 12 points behind. Ghost are 14 points behind, as well as our Premier. So there are teams who could make a difference here, but at the moment, Knights are looking somewhat comfortable.
They certainly are, and they are looking pretty comfy as far as the armors are concerned as well. 2 purples and a blue, leaving Fragment West with some meds to share as well. As you can see, that's going to be a second battery put into the inventory, into the backpack for Azura, who's been really, really impressive for me today, Dan, on the Caustic. I think he's played so many situations almost to a T.
Yeah, I think Caustic is a difficult legend to play if you are used to playing maybe more agile ones who can get in and out of fights a little bit quicker. You also have great responsibility on your shoulders to, at times, defend your team as well. Put those barrels down in a position which can provide cover. And it really can just be that difference maker sometimes if you've got someone who knows how to play a Caustic successfully. So with Asura performing so at the top of his level today, it really has helped the squad.
How about this from Legacy MX? One Valkyrie ult. Or I should say a redeploy into a Valkyrie ult. So they were one of the teams who were involved in our final battle in that game number 2 we were mentioning before, where this circle is going to end up, or look to end up anyway. So their rotation is going to be very, very similar, as you would expect. You get the same kind of result. They will be more than happy with that, especially with their performance so far today. Looks like they did make a very quick rotation as well. It's usually a good indication of the armors that are on the backs of the players, leaving with 2 whites and a blue, but now have managed to level up a little bit there. And you can see, unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for Joe Max, that last blue has just left the station a little bit. We might have to wait for that one to come back and arrive.
And there's that leaderboard on the right-hand side as well. You saw it briefly, the top 10 teams and now the bottom 10 teams. Knights do have that 12-point lead that I was talking about. That definitely can be caught up by the likes of Lazarus and Premier GG. But when you look at how close everyone else is in the lobby on set, we, of course, focus on first place, the 12 points that you can pick up by winning the entire lobby here today. But second place 9, third place 7, and then it dwindles away the further you go, of course. And just 2 points could be a huge difference in the grand scheme of things when we look at the overall standings as everything lies right now. Remember, it's the top 20 that these teams are trying to achieve so that they can get into those playoffs. And when we look at teams like Lazarus, they're outside of the top 20 right now. Ghost are outside of the top 20 right now. Legacy MX down in 33rd. They're in the relegation zone. So a good week here, or a good round today, will really just project them up the leaderboard and give them that chance of playoffs.
Confidence is going to be key to that, and we heard a little bit on confidence from Rakinishu earlier on Noble. He also had some other things to say before we started play today, so let's jump in and have a listen.
I really like the new Legend Ashe. I've been playing her in ranked almost exclusively. I think she has a place in the meta. I think we're already seeing some teams run her. I think she's a very careful with Ashe because in the past you've had Wraith who can go back and forth through portals, and that timing, while the timing was important, you could still just go back and come back when you're ready. But like if you're playing Ashe, you have to be so perfect on your timing on when you're going to do something. But instant portal is also like the potential is way higher, I think.
So some more words this time on the newest legends to the legend pool in Apex Legends, and you can hear from the man Rack that he thinks that Ashe has a place in competitive. We have seen it played a little bit, and I just wonder as time goes on, Dan, it's going to be one of those legends where people just need a little bit more time to work out the intricacies before they bring it into these high-pressure competitive games.
And certainly kind of maps changing and different legends coming into play might encourage more Ashe play to happen as well. Certainly her portal at the end of a game could be massive to keep you alive, because similar to Wraith, you can go into the void and don't take any tick damage, and it really could be a difference maker. But Renegades in a little bit of a scuffle here at the moment, having to throw their utility down towards the bottom of the stairs, as it is going to be a somewhat of a standoff right now, as neither team actually being able to do any damage. But with that door blown off, either team could jump into this fight at any moment.
Yeah, this is Knights on the bottom as well, the team who are leading. I think they've lost one player. I think it was a Cloud9 player who was in the vicinity, and I think there's more than one team here. Renegades are going to have second thoughts about moving in on this fight, as they know that there's more than, as I say, one body around here. Longbow in hand, going to chip away for 55 from distance. And Renegade, I think, have decided maybe just to leave Knights be for now, as you can see that Joey was taken down. So Azura and Guild are going to be doing what they can to just hold the line at the moment, made much easier by that caustic. But you can also see, saying that, the Renegades still fancy a piece of this pie.
Yeah, I think Renegades know that it's 2 players, and they know that's potential 2 KP they could pick up. And if they have any indication of Knights, you're also taking out the top dogs of the lobby, the leaders, and that would be great news to the likes of Lazarus, the likes of Ghost. In the overall standings, at the moment, Knights are in 21st. They are 1 position short of those playoffs, but you'd imagine that they would, stay in at least top 2 here, even if they had their worst game. And they could have a terrible game and still win this lobby as well. So they should be moving up into those playoff positions after play ends today.
Renegades are kind of being jump scared by the team behind them, though. Every time that Vaxcon turns to his right, there's just a team standing there, looking like terrifying in the bubble, just staring at him, thinking, go on, a day to peak. Go on, get those 2 kills. We'll be there to third party it. So for now, Renegades just stuck in a bit of a stalemate here with Knights on the outside of the bottom of that dome. But for now, let's jump over to see Monas, who, like we said, is going to be a very interesting story to watch develop over the next few months and maybe year or so of Apex Legends Global Series, this team. So much individual skill. We mentioned about their arena's dominance, but not having the best of days, or I should say the best of weeks, the best of seasons so far now in the Battle Royale format. But signs of improvement today for sure, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 15 points short of third place here in this lobby today, so one big game could do it. And just as we jumped away, Renegades have actually been jumped on. Knights have been able to pick up some big kills, and Renegades will fall. Knights come out on top.
Knights somehow managed to win the fight. That is the power of Caustic, waiting for that Nox gas to come back up and just trapping them in a corner. But for Renegades, I mean, somewhat of a damp squib to end the day for them. Not the 2v3 you want to be reminding yourselves of, even if there was, of course, the gas involved. Let's move over from that though to Ghost Gaming now, who are trying to make a transition into a fight, but at the moment, this is looking like a difficult one for them as well, as one player will fall, and now Pandas and Six are going to have to back up, and it looks like Madness is going to be left to try and crawl away.
Maybe they've done enough damage just to try and retreat here and hopefully get Madness back up, but it's not going to happen. And now Madness just turns into a death box and the banner's going to have to try and be retrieved. But with all this commotion, it invites other teams to try and get involved. Monas are having a little poke at this one and fancy maybe some extra KP they can pick up.
Not quite able to close that gap quick enough though, as they make their way towards Overlook now. Looks like they're just going to hold down this ground and maybe look to hold the teams out who are in that vault tunnel, but Monas have got to be careful here, aiming the Destroyer. Gonna have to use that Phoenix kit, some shots were coming in.
Two Ghost Gaming try and push up as a 2 here. They've got to retreat away from that team who are in the vault area, but at the same time they know that they are running straight into another team of 3. And for Ghost Gaming, they're in 40 points, they're in 3rd place, so they will be just looking to try and survive and get as many placement points as possible to try and secure these very important and very difficult to come by Pro League points. And they could drop from 3rd place to 7th place quite easily if they drop out in the early stages of this game. So they really need some placements to work with.
Panda's not quite connecting with the flat line on the player, going across the zip line to the top of that drill tower in the way that he would have wanted to. A little bit of damage done though, only 104 points now away from leveling up that Evo shield as well. Going to be scamming out the team landing on the high ground as well. We're just checking the bottom of this zip line below from that tunnel to make sure that they're not going to get jumped on if the team does see some damage being taken. Mona's now making their move as well, but it's starting to get a little bit congested here. Only lost to one team so far in the lobby now.
2 games that Monas have performed well have been similar kind of zones. They have been these areas. They finished 2nd in that game that was a almost identical zone to this one. No, sorry, they finished 3rd in the game that was almost identical to this one in the 2nd game of the day, but it looks like they are struggling a little bit since the GOAT will fall to NRG's Sweet. So now Monas are going to have to fight in some of a 2 versus 3 here as TSM are overlooking all the action.
Yeah, TSM taking a very different approach to this zone as well. If you noticed before, they were trying to play that building that was kind of a little bit more northwestern to where they find themselves now, and they're trying to command the high ground and trying to command as much of it around Overlook, as those rocks will be where they were looking to play a little bit later on in the game. But for now, Reps is under a lot of pressure here, and Reps was trying to hold down the tower, but the pushers come in. Verholst is trying to move up to keep his teammate alive and maybe look to get that res, but TSM a little bit split across the map, and Ghosts have taken advantage.
Yeah, TSM have to make sure they get around Reps' body now, try and pick him back up. Pandas will be eliminated, crawling away on the floor, and it looks like TSM are going to be okay. A little bit of a scare, and I think maybe they'll be counting their lucky stars that it was a team of 2 that pushed them rather than a team of 3.
Big damage coming in from Verholst though. And Hal trying to move up on it, but recognizes that he's still got to wait. He's got to hold that trigger discipline for just a few seconds, as his teammates were still not in a position to help, as Reps was popping those meds to get back up to full health. But NRG are chilling right now. This is the very definition of it. Not a lot of action, snow surrounding them, no heaters inside, just chilling inside of a truck right in the center of zone. So NRG are set up for success in that late game.
And with that, you saw on the kill feed as well, both members of Ghost Gaming were eliminated. So 17th position. They were in 3rd before this game started, but now the likes of Premier GG, Team Liquid, Absolute Monarchy that we're watching right now, all with a really easy opportunity to overtake the likes of Ghost, and top 3 has been blown wide open here with their early elimination. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit. That fight that they weren't able to win all the way down in Vault really hurt them. They tried to back off, they tried to stay alive as a 2 just to play placement, but in the end fall in 17th.
Team Liquid looking to do some damage, and big damage coming in from the charge rifle of Nocturnal. 75 is going to get the crack, the snap, and the pop of the shields. Absolute Monarchy now making a little bit of a late rotation in towards Climatizer, right into the center of zone, and like a little bit of a sticky situation here. The bubble's not going to cover them in the way they would have wanted, but it will cover them just enough. Stompy's going to be taken down, or maybe it won't cover them enough, as now Exile is trying to escape. He'll go down as well. It's all up to Sung now. Down on that low ground, barely any HP to work with, but will be able to get this battery off, you would imagine. But don't step on the lava, that would have been the worst way to close things out.
Don't step on the lava!
Don't step on the lava!
Sounded like my mum Not that my mum's ever told me not to step on lava. It'd be worrying if she ever had. Like,
Matt Gaskin, famous for his volcano hunting.
Don't just talk on volcanoes. But it looks like he's just going to be able to survive. As Absolute Monarchy have to try and make sure they stay alive. Otherwise, the likes of TSM, NRG, C9, who are in the mid-table right now, will be looking at these kill feed going down, the kill feed going down, and saying, hey, you know, we can really start to pick up some places here. There are big Pro League points available if we can get to the late game, if we can get to that final 3. And you've got to imagine with the talent that's on these rosters, they're always going to expect to have the ability to get into that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, TSM have had a little bit of a head scratcher this game, and the reason that I say that is when we were here before, we saw an almost identical looking zone. Where they were playing, it ended up pulling away from it. This time, they've tried to adjust their strategy a little bit, play the other side of the zone, and surprise, surprise, the zone has pulled back the other way. So TSM maybe want to switch those rotations around a little bit if they were able to have that crystal ball and look into the future. But for now, Knights, you can see they're going to have to move, but they have done pretty well to pick up KP that we saw a little bit earlier on as a 2. And they do also have the banner, so if they can find a little mobile res beacon around, they might actually be able to get Joey back into this game.
Yeah, what's important is the Knights have stayed alive here. If they had gone down early, it really would have opened the door to the likes of Lazarus and Premier to maybe take first position away from them. But now they can just play the survival game, get at the very minimum into the top 8 to secure some extra placement points alongside the KP they've already got. And this is going to need a big game from those who are behind them to actually wrestle them away from first place. So we'll see how it plays out as we get further into it, as Oxyaries is the first to fall, so Era Eternity in a spot of fodder.
Big damage coming in from Team Liquid. Let's jump into a listen-in now with Team Liquid as they try to clean up the fight.
Tom. They're in the corner. I'm marking it. Look at my fall. Where is he? Another team, back up west, back up west, back up west.
They're gonna get killed, I got tethered, dude.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are they full dead?
I got one of my kills.
Okay,
the Bloodhound is down there.
They're getting pushed.
Running out of sniper ammo here.
I only have 40. Here. Dropping a click.
You drop me yours and fucking go grab a gun.
I don't know where. There's another team on that side, and I can't
Okay.
Who took that zip? Oh, that's you. Alright, get ready.
Is that open?
I think it is, but like, can we just play height? Is height not the play?
Yeah. We just take height. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, come down here. Come down here. Come down here. Come down here. Come down here.
We should go earlier than later.
Earlier than later? Are you sure?
Yeah. Because everyone's gonna be fighting.
Okay.
And these guys are covering for us 100%.
What's our backup plan if it's not safe?
Backup plan, we're just landing low. We're landing low.
Okay.
This team's taking high ground.
Okay. We're landing low.
Land yeah, land low.
No one here. No one here. We're safe. Grabbing the sniper ammo.
Look here. Look here.
Okay. A building above us is not...
It seems like everyone's hitting new notes and hitting the falsetto as we see the rotation coming in from Team Liquid. They do find a very nice place to play here. Charlotte Phoenix on the other side of this wall just trying to survive for now. And they might be looking to maybe re-engage with Team Liquid in a few moments as they all have to force their way forward. That zone ball.
Yeah, this is a tiny little circle for 14 teams to all be in residence, and that circle is going to move away from the majority of the areas which people are holding here. Charlotte Phoenix being bombarded by missiles at the moment, but they should be able to survive. They just need to kind of assess how they want to approach this one. A lot of teams have some big decisions to make here, because if you're the first to move, you're probably going to die. If you're the last to move, you're probably going to die. You've really got to find the right timing, otherwise this is going to be a very difficult situation indeed. In the kill feed, Cloud9 are picking up kills. Prodigy Aces is the next to fall. TSM have managed to take the high ground, which is what the team we were on board with really wanted to see originally.
Yeah, TSM have just been nuisances as well. You can see the Verholst is almost like a little fly just buzzing around the doors, opening them up, hoping it might create a line of sight for another team. All that kind of stuff that kind of plays with the mind. Being active on the map, even if you're not shooting your gun, is so important to do. So all those little things starting to add up here. Knight still alive here, Dan. Down on that low ground and also kind of away from the attention of all the teams inside of this main building.
They really could just sneak their way into quite a significant placement here, which would be enough to secure them a victory overall in Group A versus B here. Legacy MX, another team who have performed very well today and are certainly up there when it comes to the top 5. Aren't able to secure the KP, but do watch another team Valk up into the skies as they are going to be wrestling with the red circle here. And you've got to move quickly because this one does tickle a lot.
Certainly does. I think it was Liquid who made that move. Look at the kills coming in though. Speaking of Liquid, it looks like TSM were picking up those kills in the feed. Though we're also picking a couple up themselves, thinking Kotagami will go down. An issue also involved as now you're going to see How pick up yet another one. NRG just watching all of this go down though from a distance. They are on the other side of zone and they are going to be chilling once more. John Cena would be very, very happy with that. And I'll tell you what, the cracks are coming in as well. The tinks are coming in and NRG might have a chance to just farm the lobby here as everyone is running into their reticle.
Yeah, C9 have lost members, Noble are losing members, and C9 have just been wiped. Knight's also been wiped, but in about 7th position, so that's going to be a significant amount of placement points for them. Realistically, the closest team to try and compete them will be Lazarus, who are still alive. TSM, NRG, Lazarus, they're all on this server. 4 squads remaining.
Yeah, this is 4 squads remaining.
Ooh, Lazarus gone down.
Kills have gone down, like you say. Not only NRG involved with these final kills, but TSM were there as well. And TSM are in the vicinity. Sweet will manage to finish off some kills here and get some loot on board for NRG. But this is setting up to be an impressive final zone here, as you can see. The 3 teams that we have remaining. And TSM are going to make a ballsy play here. They're actually going to take to the skies, but not allowed to land without a bump. As the shots coming in from Nathan and the rest of the lobby are going to push them down back into the death screen. We're down to 2 teams now.
Premier versus NRG. Premier were 14 points behind Knights coming into this game. They were in 4th position. I mean, just a victory here should guarantee them 2nd place. They'd need a really big kill game if they were to take Knights off of that 1st position. So we'll have to see how many kills they have been able to achieve. NRG were down in 10th on 27 points, but they can really make a claim for kind of top 4, top 5 with a big performance here.
NRG are holding the best spot right now. The bubble will go down. As now Premier are trying to make their move up. They have done a pretty good job here, Premier, to be honest with you, to be able to close that ground, recognizing the opportunity that did present itself to make this just a straight 3v3. A little bit of chip damage being done by both teams, but Nathan's going to take more than a chip. It's going to be a chunk, but they do have those death boxes. They do have the armor swaps available as now you're going to see Sweet starting to sing for NRG. 2 players will fall on Premier. And it will be NRG who close out the day in our final game of the day by calling themselves champions.
Roughly 9 kills, I think I counted there for NRG. A 21-point game or something around that would really propel them up that leaderboard. Maybe you could even give them top 3. That's how big a game that has been for NRG, with a lot of the top teams falling in the early stages of that one. But for Premier, they also put their points on the board. They're also having a stake at the claim of top 2 here. I think Knights have probably done enough to secure 1st place, so they'll be delighted. We will get confirmation, of course, once we see those overall leaderboards. But ultimately, a very difficult final circle to play. I like that TSM tried to go for that approach, tried to shoot themselves into the sky when their backs were against the wall, but it was a 14 kill game for NRG. 26 points in total will put them at 53 overall, which actually isn't that far off being able to finish top 2.
Yeah, I said how this final game is going to really have an impact on those final standings, and with NRG putting up a bomb like that, it certainly will be catapulting, projecting them into the stratosphere.
They might have got 2nd.
Exactly, they might go that far up, and I think I said it in the game, it was like they were on the one side of the map that no one else was when that circle started to close, and they just had the opportunity to farm the lobby, and farm they did. Premier GG, a good result for them in 2nd place. We did see them almost manage to push NRG, but that final fight, they just looked like it was always going to be NRG's, and you see the stats from that game as well. Sweet putting up a big amount of damage, but Rocker breaking 2K for his team. Big stuff from the Gibby.
Math is hard. I'm trying to do math in my head. We'll get confirmed leaderboards, but I just like doing it myself. I'm fairly certain Knights will be on about 60, Lazarus on 53, also NRG on 53, then Ghost will drop down, Premier will be on 50. So I think we will see NRG pushing themselves into the top 3. It will really come down to a tiebreaker as to who was performing better, who got those better placements between them and Lazarus. But a mental last game. Today has been really weird for North America. We've not really seen that one team breakaway like we've witnessed in so many weeks before. I guess Knights would be the closest from their Game 5 performance to just put themselves about 10 points ahead of the rest of the lobby. But certainly an enjoyable day and a variety of zones as well. We've not had the constant southern zones that we've witnessed for so many weeks in Pro League. It was a little bit more different here today.
Well, let's bring Kate back into the conversation as we close our games out for today. NRG on top right at the end of Game 6.
Absolutely. And Rocker, I want to bring this back to some team comp conversation, which can kind of be a little bit boring if I'm being completely honest. And I hate to put it that way, but maybe not as spicy as we have seen in other days and certainly in other regions. And let's take a look at those leaderboards here. These highlights here. I will say, Rocker, we just talked about it. 2K damage on the Gibby. That's already impressive. I mean, that is like the silver bullet. So what we've seen in every single winning, I shouldn't say every single, but the majority of our winning teams today in NA have been fielding a Valve, have been fielding that Gibby. I asked you in EMEA earlier, and I'm going to ask now again because I love this question. Onset, we'll start with you. Is that a coincidence? We also did see some Bloodhound. We also did see a couple rigs.
It's not a coincidence, no. I think they're the two best legends in the game for competitive right now. And I think most of that 2K damage that we saw coming in was from that one defensive bombardment towards the end where half the lobby was running across the field. And what you got to do is throw your ulti down and you farm damage. So it was a good example of how you can do damage. You can break a lot of teams' rotations up by using that defensive bombardment in a more offensive way as well. But I think the one thing that just stood out to me at the end of this game, if you look at how class a team is, what kind of class they are when it comes to fights, when it comes to 3v3s, what kind of presence they have, how simple NRG made that last fight look, even though it was not simple in any sort of way, just gives an indication of what a good team they are.
Well, let's take a look at how good of a team they are because we have the leaderboard ready, which means you don't have to do any more math, guys. Oh, and here we go. Wow.
Okay.
Gaskin. Knights. Just good night.
I mean, my math was on spot. On spot? Spot
It was
on.
on
That's
spot.
the way. My math was good, but my English isn't.
English not bad.
53 for both NRG and Lazarus. Premier just dropped down ever so slightly. But look at the drop for Ghost Gaming. From 3rd position all the way down to 7th. They were able to achieve no points there. TSM also bumped themselves all the way up to 6th position. They had a nice little comeback. That just shows how tight this lobby was. NRG going from 10th to 2nd with that victory. It was just madness, but unfortunately not enough to try and take down Knights. Knights did really well to survive. Just think how different that could have been if Renegades had taken down Knights in that initial gunfight we saw right at the start of the game. NRG would have won this lobby.
Absolutely. Well, and Onset, real quick, as we go to our regular season standings, I want to note NRG up by 8, the only team coming into this NA Group A versus B to be in the top 5 of the overall standing.
Yeah, crazy to say, right? If you look at some of the big names we have in this lobby that we've had today, and you look at the regular season standings, and hey, NRG on top. Yes, they have played one more match day than Esports Arena and Sentinels behind them, but you've got to do what you got to do. And with the amount of points that are available and left available for these teams to get into that top 20, it's days like this where all of a sudden you can start to relax and maybe think about putting your feet up a little bit here for NRG. Maybe the work is done for them ahead of the last 2 match days, because you're looking at the other end of things. TSM, a decent day for them. They got a decent amount of points, but it's these teams here who are thinking, how do we break into that top 20? How can we manage to force our way in? Legacy MX today, the final game really, really hurt them. You saw them sort of fall down from pretty much in the top 5 for the majority of the day to where they ended up. And in 29th place, they're going to have to put up big points in the next 2 match days.
Absolutely. And Gaskin, as we take a look at these red versus yellow, we do see some familiar faces from some of our teams here today. Obviously, E8, unlucky. However, E8 really coming out on top. And I mean, would you call these on the bubble? Because there's so many other teams ahead of them.
I mean, one good week, so one good performance on Sunday, and you can definitely jump into that top 20. I mean, even with a team like Monas, who are on like 2 points, if they were to win that week, game 12, they would jump up into that top 20. Of course, it would matter what happened around them, but certainly you've got a chance if you can have one of those fantastic performances. And it's not about just playing for top 20. There's prize money on the line as well. There's $30,000 available for first place. So even if you've secured those playoff positions, you still got to be fighting hard. You still got to be pushing every other team to their limits, because at the end of the day, this is their livelihoods, right? These are professional players. This is their job, and you've got to earn your money in a job like this.
Well, let's talk about some of those players specifically who have earned their money today, which means it's time to talk our Monster MVP segment. Onset, I know you are chopping at the bit to talk about who you have in mind here. So let's hear about who was popping off today, who had your heart.
I know that Dan gets annoyed at it whenever I pick a player. Reason they were the #1 team. I'm looking at Azura. I think the man had a really, really strong day today, and the way that he was playing on Caustic was very, very impressive to watch. I think Knight's performance overall, they couldn't really have asked for much more, to be honest with you. You know, first place overall in the lobby with some of the huge orgs and names that we do have in this lobby. This is one of the toughest lobbies I think that we have in North America with how competitive it is, and it shows in those final standings. But one thing you've always got to do on Caustic is be so difficult to kill. In my opinion, you have to be the most difficult kill on your team because of the fact that you can play defensive, you can get reses off, you can be offensive if you need to, and you need to be so impactful in that end game. So Azura, I think, was the standout for me. I think he played extremely well.
Gaskin.
That's me. I think that a team I'm going to go for maybe didn't have as an impressive finish as they did start, but certainly throughout the day there were some amazing moments from them, and that's going to be Absolute Monarchy. It's going to be Exile. I like what I saw from Exile. I think he performed some fantastic things to allow the team to achieve some really impressive results, and also they were holding out so many other teams from the high ground, and they weren't missing their shots, and the Kraber stuff we were seeing from Absolute Monarchy and Exile in particular also really made a difference in some of these final circles. And also, we had one of my favourite moments of the day of "Don't step on the lava" from Onset, which I think was Absolute Monarchy just trying to survive as they kind of traversed the ground of World's Edge. But certainly Exile impressed me today, and Absolute Monarchy, even though they didn't come out on top and they weren't, you know, the top 3 teams, they still had a very impressive performance.
Let's take a look at the rest of the lobby and some of these kill leaderboards to find out who is also on top. Onset, as we take a look here. Boy, how sweet it is. Number 13 up at number 1, but of course followed very closely by 3 12s there.
Yeah, the kills being shared pretty much across the lobby here. Sweet, I think, picked up a lot of those kills in that final game as well with the position that he managed to get his team into on NRG. But Sweet stepping up once again. Good news for Verholst as well, up there with 8 kills, showing that he was certainly carrying his weight for that TSM team. Looking along things as well, Gilderson's a good performance from him. Joey Blackout with 12. And, you know, Madness, I wanted to highlight him a little bit as well. You know, jumping onto that lineup today, put up a big game where I think he had 5 or 6 kills. So 11 overall for him. Very good performance.
Yes, the entire kill leaderboard, we just saw incredible performances and a lot of performances all over the board. A huge well done to our entire lobby. So that has been our Monster MVP segment. Well, of course, we are knee-deep in our ALGS Pro League play here, gents. We saw EMEA this morning, NA this afternoon, A versus B. Tomorrow you got C versus D. That's how letters work, because I'm real good at it. Gaskin, at this point, what are you thinking about as we come into what is literally the dog days, the end of the Split 1 era here?
I think we are going to look forward to see what happens to ESA when they compete tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on them with their new change as well, the force change with Verholst leaving them. I was impressed with what TSM did today, even though it wasn't that kind of fairy tale story of winning the group after making the change. I think Verholst has demonstrated that he can fit into that squad, getting a little chance of their listen-ins and hearing how the squad's been communicating as well, both from scrims and from here today. I think this is a team that could really make waves in the Apex scene, so I'm excited to see what they do in the future.
Well, one team that certainly has made waves today was Knights, of course, and our own Fallout is standing by with Asura, a guy that we have been talking about for the last few minutes. Let's hear what he has to say about today's victory.
That's right, and Onset's MVP for the day so far. Fallout here, joined alongside Asura. Congratulations, man, on the well-deserved win. Asura, former member of Solafide, South State, so many different squads. You guys win your first ALGS first-place finish in a series overall. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. It's been a long time coming, and I always felt like we had the potential, and we were just, faltering every time. and it just feels really good to finally like win something in ALGS.
Yeah, I think you summarized it well, right? You know, in terms of our weeks within the ALGS Pro League, 10th place, 8th place, 14th, and then 1st. You guys were just right there on the cusp of kind of breaking into that top 3 and breaking into that kind of greatness category. What was different about this squad this time around?
It's hard because we have Guild, who is by far one of the most, like, he's got the most potential out of a controller player I've ever seen, and I'm so glad I picked him up. And then we have Joey, who is returning from like being retired basically, and so like it's just we had to grind the wheels, we had to just grind the synergy out. It was always there and it was always showing, but we just couldn't get to it until today, and it just showed. Like we had like a hard first 3 games, and then the last 2, like game 4 and 5, we just destroyed everybody.
Yeah, most great things take time to bake, that's for sure. And I want to actually ask you about Game 5 specifically. You guys third-partied Noble, and then TSM comes in, swoops in, almost takes you out. One of you are able to survive, get the revive, and end up winning the game. Walk me through what happened there in that game.
So we saw Noble the entire time. Like we encountered them way early, and we saw they had whites, and I was like, okay, we're taking this. Like they have whites, they need to die. And we just followed them basically, and they went up on top of a hill, and they should not have gone up there. That spot is not good early game, and we just crouch walked up the side and just shot him in the back, and I got a free beam. It was unfortunate that Guild got stuck and went down. Otherwise, that fight is just a clean wipe, and we leave and we're good. But you know, stuff happens. We took the L on that, and I ran away, and I played my life as hard as possible. Thankfully, TSM went back to their spot and left. And I went and grabbed banners. I tried to res right then and there, being a little greedy with that. And then How came, stopped us, and I was like, all right, I got to peace out. So I went all the way to the Nameless across from Siphon. And we got 2 blues. They got looted out of their minds. And we just walked all the way back into our spot and just chilled, basically. And just walked in the zone, played like a textbook game. We took a coin flip super late and landed on top of PGG, and they weren't watching their back, and we just took high ground from them, and we just won the game off of that play. If we die there, we die there. If we win from that play.
Yeah, that was an insane game from start to finish, that's for sure. Last question I'll ask you. I mean, I think a lot of pro players, if you ask them, put a lot of respect on your name as a top controller player, 24 years old, American controller player. But a lot of kind of general fans might not know who you are. If you don't mind, walk us through your story, your journey, and kind of how you got here so far as the last question here.
I went through a lot when I was, like 2-3 years ago, right before like Apex happened. I wasn't in a good, very like state of mind, and Apex allowed me to pursue a career, and I got really good opportunities every time. It took a while. Like it took me 1.5 years to have any decent placement or anything like that. And I had to learn from myself and my mistakes and constantly build myself up because I didn't have anybody. I didn't have prior comp experience or anything like that. And I've been through highs where I'm getting second, third, and I've also been lows where we're not making tournaments, everything like that. It's been an up and down, and I'm glad that I stuck with it because Apex has really helped me out a lot, and it's given me a lot of happiness and a lot of drive and motivation.
Wow.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Amazing story, man. I appreciate you getting vulnerable and sharing that there. And goes good story of perseverance. Absolutely. A first place finish will certainly help y'all in the top 20 qualification. You guys were right on the cusp of 21st, and that's going to certainly skyrocket you on the overall standing. So congratulations again. Representing the gold and black Pittsburgh Knights and representing so incredibly well is Asura with a great story at that as well. Thanks again, my friend. Congratulations again, and best of luck to y'all as you guys continue heading into the playoffs.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to say one thing, though. I appreciate my mom for supporting me and for helping me because it's been a very tough journey, and she's always had my back, and I really appreciate her. And I appreciate
amazing, man.
My ex-girlfriend because she's always been there for me too. Like through this entire journey, she's always had my back, and I appreciate both of you guys.
Amazing, man. Well, please, everyone in the chat, pull it out, give some love, send some love over to Asura. Appreciate you sharing that. And love for Mama Asura as well. Thank you so much for sharing again. And glad we had a chance to give some final shout outs there. That's going to be it for us. Fallout joined alongside the champ in Asura. They're not done yet, though. They got the playoffs around the corner. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate and Co. at the desk. Thanks again, Asura.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll tell you what. We have so much.
I knew it would get you
yeah.
going, Kate. It doesn't take much to get you going.
I thought
But
I heard
that
some
was
sniffling.
Yeah, I heard
knew
some
she was
sniffling in
gone.
our head. Yeah, we knew that Kate was going, but I mean, what an interview. Shout out to Fallout and shout out to Azura as well. One thing I love about gaming, I always have loved about gaming, is the ability to bring people together through the hardest of times. Azura, a perfect example of it. You deserve everything you are getting, my friend. Congratulations on the success today. And hopefully this has given Kate enough time to wipe the tears away.
Hell yeah.
You've done such a good job on set, of course, but let's keep those tears flowing as I see my talent predictions once again find themselves at the bottom of the barrel. Potentially, let's find out what the talent predictions say.
This is a good reason to make you cry, Kate.
Oh,
Oh, wait, what a day!
I'm wrong again!
Yes! Kate, you didn't lose for once. I'm so proud of you.
Well, thank you. Sorry, as I genuinely wipe more tears off, because at this point, welcome to the end of our day. And of course, you both are joining me in the winner's circle along with Fallout. Glitter, I'm telling you right now, miss you, but you've done an incredible job putting that out there in the world. Really, for a while there, Gaskin, we thought that maybe she would be right.
Yeah, and I think even though that you technically were the winner, the fact that we've all tied with you, I think we're all just kind of losers at this point. I mean, it's just with how it's been, Kate, we're just used to seeing you not get predictions right, but you managed to do okay, I guess. TSM
we'll
were
give
able
you
to
this
clutch
win.
up and get
We'll
sick.
give you the
can
win
have
this
it. You
time.
can have it.
Yeah, you
All
can
right,
have
I'll
the
let you
win this time, Kate.
I promise.
Oh, well, you both are just so gallant, and I very much appreciate everything that you do. Speaking of things that we are doing, Evan will be in the host seat tomorrow, and that means it's time to talk about our EMEA broadcast. That happens tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's 6 p.m. GMT time. Make sure you join us back here tomorrow. And, of course, NA will be coming up right after that. So it's all Apex all the time this weekend, and then we'll be back on Sunday. I mean, it's Apex after Apex after Apex, and who doesn't love that? Don't raise your hand, because everybody does. But you know what? If you want to keep up with all of our action, all of the drama, head over to all of our socials. But of course, as you've seen time in and time out, Play Apex Esports on Twitter. We got the YouTube, and of course, we've got Twitch. And we have been so lucky to be alongside all of these teams throughout today. I've gotten verklempt. These two boys have made it through a very long couple of days, and we really appreciate not just you watching, but our cast and our crew, of course. And a huge thank you to all of our players and our teams for making this worth every moment. Until next time, we'll see you then.